Welcome to Moving On TV, the new TV channel for us. And I will shed a tear.
You're always on my mind, circling round my brain. It happens all the time. I close my eyes and a vision will appear. Wish that you were next to me, but you're no longer here. Wish we were together, not all alone. Wish we were together, not all alone. Break the barriers that you and I would make. There'll always be a part of you down deep inside. In the corners of my heart, you're always on my mind. Wish we were together, not all alone. Wish we were together, not all alone. Follow all the cycles of the night. Up and down the feelings go, I know it isn't right. Reaching out to touch your love, but emptiness is here. Wish that you were here again. You'll always be there. You'll always be tight, so I won't let it in. All alone. The trees have finally shed their leaves and winter is here. So our love will slowly die and I will shed a tear. Wish we were together, not all alone. Wish we were together, not all alone. Wish we were together, not all alone. Not all alone. Not all
Welcome to Moving On TV.
Hey guys, welcome to Encounters Documentary 5. Today we're going to be working on Love Like, which is a song that is done by two characters, Elaine and Sharon. We're going to be checking the harmonies. It's basically around the scene where Sharon is madly in love and she's walking on air and it's all a big fantasy for her. But Elaine joins in because she's engaged, she's got a ring, Sharon's got a ring, she shows it to Elaine. And so today I'm going to introduce you to another song and some of the singers that will come along and the new piano player, Natasha. Okay, so looking forward to a great workshop.
Nice stretch here, up to your tippy toes. Sorry, my shoulders click so loudly. And all the way down. Just jog on the spot for a second. And now we should all be warmed up, a bit more ready to go. So first thing we're going to do is engaging your brain, which I'm sure you've already done, but you know sometimes I need it
Brain?
as well. And, you might know this exercise, you might not, but for those who don't, it goes like this. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and down. leave this one for now. It's fine. We're going to go back to it. Just
Okay.
it's my turn. It's my turn. I'm not going to play. 1, 2, 3. It's my turn. It's my turn. Yeah, it works.
Beautiful. See? That's it. Yes. So what are you cutting?
We're cutting, there's 3 notes here, so it's a kind.
Yeah.
Cut off the E flat it's, make it the F,
Okay,
and
so
then
change the
A
lyric
G
again.
flat, and kind the following bar.
Yeah. I don't know why the E flat is there. You're right.
No.
Thank you.
No problem. Yes.
It's exactly the same melody. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Excuse my doctor's handwriting.
All right.
I never felt love.
Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Nothing else in life like this.
Nothing else.
All kinds of crazy mixed feelings. In love like this.
Is that
There's
the
a gap.
end?
Yeah.
Never been in love.
Boom.
In love like this.
Then there's a bit of movement around,
Sure. So,
which I might at some point introduce a chorus
okay.
to do a little bit of singing, but
Sure,
not at
sure.
the moment.
Sure. So, Sharon's part from bar 55. Fun for all of you. Well, 2 of you. It's the tune. Hooray. 1, 2. Oh, wait, hang on, I'll give you. 1, 2, 3.
It's a kind of love us women know. There's nothing else in life like this. It's a wondrous thing with bluebirds in spring and all kinds of crazy mixed feelings. I've never been in love like this.
Let's all sing that little bit
That's
once
really
more.
nice.
Yeah, the harmony is lovely though. I love this bit.
Thank you.
Right, I think if all 4 of us sing, if all 4 of us sing through this bit and we give it a
We've
good
got
go.
to have a chance.
Yeah, it's going well. I'm happy.
Can you go back just a little bit, Emma, so I get you in there,
Okay.
so I can see your face as well. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, big smiles. All 4 of us, please. 1, 2, 3.
It's a kind of glow us women know. There's nothing else in life like this. It's a wondrous thing with bluebells in spring and all kinds of crazy mixed feelings. I've never been in love like this.
Very good. Very happy.
Beautiful. Because they're sharps, but they're still, yeah, okay.
I mean, there is a clash, but
There is a clap.
I think it.
Should we
I
change
think
it?
it's
or-
okay because
You
it's
think
just a passing note. I mean, if it really sounds awful,
Okay, well let's hear it. See if it's how it sounds.
I think it'll sound jazzy. But I guess
Okay.
we'll see. We'll see.
I'm just sometimes I'm very conscious of clashes.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
then on the other hand, you can have them just for fleeting moments.
Well, I guess we'll see how it sounds, and then you have to sell it to me.
Because without you, they're getting drunk, so there could be clashes in there.
Yeah,
it's
it's
fun.
true.
And swapping of harmonies. I want to have a bit of fun with that one.
Right. So let's do your part again. Do you want me to do that last bit again?
Never been in love like this. Never been in love like this.
That's it. Did you? I couldn't hear. Did you get that?
I didn't get it.
All right. I'll sing once more, and I'll sing your bit with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. for now. I think done that.
Brilliant. Fantastic. Okay, can I have a break?
Let's have a break.
Let's have, I don't like to say a break because I broke my leg. So let's have a pause.
I reckon, because it's quite an upbeat piece, I reckoned this would be maybe instead of so exact, maybe a little less busy. Just a bit more natural to
I'm
play
very
on
happy,
stage.
yeah, because whatever, if it's too, because I sometimes I agree with you.
Yeah.
There's too much piano. I didn't do the arrangement.
Because it's just, oh really? And the other thing is I think this should be an E minor 7
Okay.
rather than an
But
A.
that's the whole point that you're here.
Yeah.
Okay. You got a pen.
Community Centre, like it's like 6 minutes from the station. And the place in Reading showed up, and I'm halfway here.
Oh no.
And I was thinking, oh my god, this is in Reading. That would be terrible.
Hello, my name is Martin Oswald of Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy. I specialise in smoking cessation, weight loss, phobia release, stress management and hypnobirthing. I can do a free assessment via the phone, via Skype or face-to-face at any time. So that's Martin Oswald of Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy. Looking forward to your call now. You can also find me on my Facebook page, which is Martin Oswald Hypnotherapy.
You walked out the door, my heart would die. But I've grown up, I've changed my whole point of view. I'm living now like never before. It isn't a lie. Pass the champagne, Sharon. So you got that, Amy's coming through,
Sure.
and then oh. So what do you want to do with that?
match this.
Okay, so the same.
Yeah, the
So
same.
would that be C?
That would be B, C sharp, D. I think that would be a little bit less awkward to sing.
Show me. Do you want to fix it?
Sure.
This is my copy, so if you fix it on there, then I can automatically take it into the Venice, but it just sounds so much better with it. I have the same problem with the duet. For some reason, the tenor is playing an octave higher. It's playing this high soprano on Sibelius, and I don't know how to change it. So you got this poor guy.
Certainly surprised the tenor.
Trying to do top soprano. Yeah. But then when you play it on the piano, it won't make any difference. It's Sibelius. As long as they match. Yeah. And then Amy does the same.
Okay, so can you remember that?
Da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
So your part is hang on. No, I've made a mistake now.
Yeah. B, B, C, B.
Yeah, everyone.
B, B, C, B.
Hang on, sorry. Oh yeah, and the last note is held. That's why I thought the bar I'm missing. Okay, sorry about that again. Oh, Christ. Oh, that's awkward.
Would die. Ba-ba-ba. Is that it?
Yeah, I'm going to try and see if... Yeah, that's fine, you can sing that.
Point of view.
Great, let's have the middle parts. Right, now with the top part, a bit faster again. You've got the notes, people. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, stand up and do it because it's nowhere near the
Tracy, you need a gap and then point of view. If you listen, heart would die, but I have changed my whole point of view. Point of view.
I'm not following this point of view. I come in
I
before that
changed
point
the
of
tune. I
view.
changed the tune.
Oh, you changed it. Oh, okay.
But I'll listen out.
Yeah, but you need to come in with it later.
I don't come with that one. I'm before. Yeah, that's right.
The second, you don't come in with the point of view, and
Which
she
the-
goes,
So basically,
point
you two-
of view, point of view. So you wait for Amy, and then you come in.
So basically, when you two will sing together, and they both has to be really sharp. Heart would die. So almost like Sorry, you know.
Yeah, you're getting drunk. You haven't.
Exactly.
You're starting to be silly and pantomimic,
Everyone,
getting
energy
ready
now.
to do your top gun.
She especially sing out. You got even if you're like belting it, do it.
Yeah, go for it, Emma.
You're drunk.
Come on, Emma.
And basically, everyone more confident, a bit more relaxed. Wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it.
Point of view. Okay,
Not
point
bad.
of view. At the end.
Oh, she comes.
I come in before.
It's written that way. Point of view. Point of view. That's how it's written.
Oh no, it should match.
It should be together.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Right. So
Yeah, it should match
so
with
you don't have to
it.
change anything.
With the three of them.
So you
with
just-
sorry, with
Basically bring out a bar earlier. the
with
bar
Elaine.
earlier. Do you want
With
to pop it in?
Elaine.
Yep. There you go. And then you go. Okay. So the next section is that's. So the next section is that's.
I'm without you. Do-do-do-do-do.
There we go. Gosh, I don't know why I find it so hard.
High one.
The high one is from But Most of All. That's it. Way above the sky, so blue, the sun is still up. Come on.
78, bar 77.
77, got it.
Yesterday it stopped, the floor all blue. It still
It still will fill our lives with beauty.
Nature's still the same, the one without you. She's still the same, the one without you. Do 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 do. Nature's still the same.
Has everybody eaten something?
I had lunch. Yeah, I'm not hungry.
But most of all, I'm living without you.
So this is bar 77.
Yeah.
You know what? I think I need 5 minutes.
Yeah,
just to
yeah,
stash
just
it out.
have a break.
Okay.
Do you think, honestly, do you think we have enough energy to sing properly? Because I think this is slowing down quite a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Has everybody eaten something?
I had lunch.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not hungry.
But most of all, I'm living without you.
So this is bar 77.
Yeah.
You know what? I think I need 5 minutes.
Yeah,
just to
just
stash it
have
out.
a break.
Okay.
Do you think, honestly, do you think we have enough energy to sing properly? Because I think this is slowing down quite a lot.
Yeah, me too.
I really want
Okay. How much longer do we have?
Because there's a lot of this in between, which is dance, so that's obviously we jumped that.
Okay, I'll splash my face with water, push through.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's see if we can compromise and do another half an hour, because
Right,
I
okay.
think everyone, I think
Yeah, but
it's
we
getting
got-
quite, you know,
we wanna finish
it's getting
it.
quite slow. I'm just going to splash my face with water because I need.
Okay. Yeah, it's going up and up.
Sure, great.
And as I feel my spirit
Sure.
soar.
And then Sharon's part continues.
I am happy, very happy.
Let's try that.
I am happy, very happy.
That's quite easy, I think,
Yeah.
Sharon's, isn't
And
it?
as I feel,
Let's just try that all together from As I Feel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1.
and as I feel my spirit soar up and up and up. I am happy, very happy.
Great, great. And then the middle part. I think you can get that pretty soon.
Happy, very happy.
Just once more, just
I am happy, very happy.
listen. Very, very happy. That's it.
Very.
Here we go.
I am happy, very happy.
Perfect. Let's just try I'm happy with the 2 middle parts. 2, 3, 4, 1.
I am happy, very happy.
That's it, that's it.
Hang on, does that, because that's a B and a C, is that it's not clashing, is it? Can we try
No,
that?
no, it's fine.
Is that okay?
It's like a second, so it's fine. I
Okay.
think it's like.
And as I say, they're
Disney.
getting drunk, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay, right, so what's the high one? Okay,
Do you want to go through that again?
yeah. Can we do the whole thing from... And
Sure.
as I-
2, 3, 4, 1.
And as I feel my spirit soar and up.
No, you all had the right note, but you all stopped singing it. Let's start again. Okay.
And as I feel my spirit soar and up and up.
So you gotta hold the woo, everyone, because it's sounds
It's
beautiful.
going to be. Yeah.
That's what happens.
Yeah.
So let's try that again. 2, 3, 4, 1.
And as I
Breathe,
feel
people.
my spirits soar up and up and up, I'm happy, very happy. Whoa.
Can we hear Amy's?
Hang on, who's Amy again? Yes, this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the right notes, yeah?
Yeah. We try together.
Yeah, let's all try together. Just everyone sing out a bit more.
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 1.
And as I feel my spirits soar up and up and up,
That's it.
I am happy, very happy.
This is
Thank you.
We think everyone's running out of breath, that's the problem.
Let's just do the I'm happy, very happy. Who are the three of us? Yeah. Okay, so you've got no problems, I'm without you. So see me, I'm free, that's all shouts, and then no more problems, without you. So here we've had a swap. So you do the high one.
Yep.
And Amy does the high one, Elaine does the middle one, and Sharon, I think they're more or less, they're not the same, they start the same.
Okay, so
So
let's
it's
start.
bar page 15. No more problems, I'm without you.
Yep. No problems, I'm without
Darren.
you.
And then Elaine is no. Amy goes crazy. She goes really hard. Okay. And Elaine.
That was
Elaine is. That's it.
Okay.
So I need to change the lyrics. Don't worry about that bit. So you get the bit. It's no more problems. I'm without.
No more prime without you.
Great. I don't know what happened to the lyrics.
Together? 2, 3, 4.
No more problems.
What's going on? Stop. No. 2, 3, 4.
No more problems. I'm without you.
That's fine. Is it written right?
Yeah, that works. That
Elaine,
works.
fantastic. Move on. That's beautiful. Then there's again the speaking. Do 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 do. I'm really happy. I'm really happy here on my own.
No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. The sun
World from turning, birds are singing, I'm without you. Do 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 do. You didn't turn up.
Does that sound okay?
It sounds fine. I mean,
Right.
the thing is we have to sing out more, but the notes
Yeah.
are pretty much there.
That's fine.
I think.
Okay. Now just a tiny bit.
Yep.
We've got left.
I think.
And we've done it.
Before, is it a lie? No, no. But most of all, I'm living without you. 'Cause you didn't stop the floral bloom. Lives with beauty. Nature's still the same, though I'm without you. Do 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 do.
Let's do that once more, but listen to each other. Listen to each other. Because we're often singing the exact same rhythms and the same words. But listen to.
Never before isn't a lie, no, no. But most of all, I'm living without you. 'Cause you didn't stop the floral bloom. Lives with beauty. Nature's still the same, though I'm without you. Do 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 do. Way above the sky so blue. The sun is still more
thing is the notes are there. It's just a matter of singing out and singing confidently.
We've done it.
I think that's. Are you happy with that? I'm happy to do.
Do you want to do it again?
I don't think we can do the whole thing.
No, stop.
No,
Just that bit.
let's do that bit once more.
Yeah.
Give
And then that's it.
110%. Then we're all done.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. That was great. 3, 4, 1, 2.
Never before is a lie, no, no. But most of all, I'm living without you. 'Cause you didn't stop the floral bloom. Lives with beauty, nature's still the same, though I'm without you. Do 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 do. Way above the sky so blue, sun is still full of fire. Feels my heart's desire. I'm without.
Guess who?
Guess who?
You! Wow, that's beautiful. The only thing is Amy needs to be louder, but that's
Yes.
that's fine.
But today's
Thank
just about
you,
crushing notes, isn't
everyone.
it? That was great.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
No worries.
Let's have a hug.
Yeah, group hugs are great.
Because brilliant. As I say, that is the most complicated harmony I've ever written in my
In the
life.
world.
Like, it's good, isn't it? You did it. You.
Get in,
Hola.
get in.
I'm all sweaty, don't
Don't touch it, don't touch it.
Well done. Thank you so much.
At your own risk.
Thank you so much. So the next one is going to be a piece of cake compared to that. And I will decide.
That was hard.
That was probably the hardest one. Even because the rest will be in choruses. This is it now. The girls have done their harmonies because I've done the other songs have been done.
Fantastic.
So this was the most complicated one. I don't think there are any others that will be like that. So this is standing out.
Sure.
In some way. Brilliant.
Sure.
So
So-
say goodbye.
Oh.
Say cameras over
Oh, hi,
there.
camera.
I was thinking, who's it?
Say goodbye.
Bye,
and
camera.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
It's a wonderful workshop, and everyone, please sign on to Moving On TV Community. Moving On TV Community Station on YouTube. The making of the documentaries, the making of Encounters. This is part 5, and I'll do my best to get it on as soon as possible. I usually get it done quite quickly because I love to watch what we've done. And there'll be bits on there. Ask your friends to join, subscribe, and we're looking for loads of singers, male, female, anyone who can sing, over the age of 14, 15. If you do, then bring someone with you to keep an eye on you. 19th of October, big chorus number. So we need you all. Thank you. Welcome to Encounters.
Great.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much.
Welcome to Encounters. It's the place to be. Have a laugh or dance to Joe. Have a drink on me.
Welcome to Moving On TV, the new TV channel for us, the positive, inspirational TV channel. My name is Lauren Hope. I am the founder and CEO of Moving On TV. No one is ordinary. We're all special, unique, wonderful human beings. We're all celebrities with our own talents and strengths and dreams. Moving On TV is here for all of us. We have a book show if you wrote a book. We're looking for talent, for moving on talent. We want to stream you. We don't want you to compete. Artists shouldn't have to compete. It's disrespectful. And we're going to produce a new musical, and you could be in it. And we're going to serialize it for everyone. We're not going to have the news. We're going to have the happy news. Positive, inspirational, happy stories, which are actually the majority of the stories in the world happening all around us, except no one wants to give them to you. And of course, because we're run by solution-based people, life coach, we want to give you the truth and help you move on. So we want to know why these tragedies are happening all around us. Why are so many people being hit off their bicycles? What is the solution to these problems in our world? How can we have a better world, a more peaceful world? We're looking for you. All of you. As a unit. All age groups, particularly older people that are not being given any opportunities, come and work on our media. Cameramen, editors, and of course sponsors, organic makeup and organic products that are helping the environment and the human race. Come on board me on TV, the new positive channel, the channel that gives you hope. You're depressed. Come on board Moving On TV. See you soon. Bye. This is a rehearsal of encounters, developing the characters, and a bit of a singing lesson with Manuel. So this is for you, Manuel, because I forgot to start the recording. But so you're singing of something very strange. So what I need you to do, something very strange, it's happening to me. It's not in a good key for me, so something very strange is happening to me. it's got to be from the heart, an outpouring of love as a drunk. Okay. But I want to do some breathing exercises. Whoever's watching this, as Emmanuel is playing part of mine, and I'm sending him, you know what, breathe exercises with me. So basically, if you want to sing properly, you have to breathe from the diaphragm. So I want you to practice, Emmanuel, taking a deep breath from the diaphragm. Something very strange is happening to me. That's the first phrase. I can hear her name on the whisper of the breeze. Okay, so each time you do a phrase, you turn the diaphragm and then you do your phrase. Okay, now the difference between musical singing and what you were doing is you're not going to do something very strange. It's something very strange. So it's more relaxed with some vibrato. And in order to get the vibrato, you will do strange. Okay? Strange. Okay? And it'll happen naturally. The vocal cords will start to vibrate together. So that's just a little bit for you. And now we're going to go into rehearsal with Vlad, who's playing Nick, and Luke is playing Jim, and I'm going to do the part of Elaine to show you a build-up of some of the characteristics of the characters that are in Encounters the Musical. Contact me movingontv1@gmail.com if you want singing lessons or if you want to be in Encounters the new musical. A lot goes on in this rehearsal, so I hope you enjoy it. Take care. Bye.
Happens. Oh, it's on now.
It's on now. Yeah. Okay, so
here I am, Nick, entering the bar, meeting Jim.
Yeah.
Hi, Jim.
Hi, Nick. How's it going?
You all right? Oh, don't ask me. I mean, it's complicated.
Oh, stuff with Amy again? Or?
Of course. With who else, you know?
Yeah.
I'm really starting to get tired of all of this. Because, you know, it makes me feel so confused and sad, and you know, sometimes I feel like I can't understand her at all, and as if it's all her fault.
Well, what's just happened now? That she's had an argument.
Yeah, that was the next argument, and I think she left me.
Oh.
I don't know if it's for good, because this happened like on a number of times, you know. So I don't know, but I'm really getting tired of all of this.
Yeah, she might just need some time to think, you know.
I know it's not easy for her to. I mean, she's such a lovely girl. I mean, and she's gone through so much too. So every time when I think about her, oh my goodness, I'm trying to be more, you know, sympathetic and not to get so easily irritated and annoyed.
Yeah.
You know, and so many times I would just whip myself, you know, for being such a jerk with her.
Okay, so I want Jim to do the Libra thing. So he's talking about his Amy, and now we've got to put it, you know, about him. So rather than Amy's point of view now, Jim is going to make you look at your point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Nick. So what would you say to him? Jim?
Well, I'd say it's not great for you, Nick, that, you know, she's constantly arguing, and, you know, this happens a lot, these arguments, and her going off and leaving you upset.
Exactly.
Exactly, yeah. You need to now be on your side, okay?
Yeah.
Nick's side, yeah?
Thank you for, you know, for the understanding. You know, I think you're the one person that would really, you know, enter my shoes, you know, and just know how I feel like every time when she does this. It's too much, Jim.
Yeah.
Can I have a drink, please?
Yeah, what would you like?
Yeah, let us drown the sorrows.
Okay.
You know, Jack Daniels, please.
Ah, perfect.
Okay, is that what Nick would drink, a Jack Daniels? Is that what he would drink? You think? Or is it just because he's fed up?
anything
He would
with
drink
alcohol.
anything. Okay,
Yeah.
Jim. Okay, now it's about you.
Mm.
Your turn. Now you're going to find something about you that you've got to balance. You're the Libra. So you've heard about Amy, you've heard about Nick. Now it's kind of like, oh God, do I have to listen to this? So everything that's in your head at the moment, you could say about Jim. You know, it's your turn now.
Well, Nick, I know you've got your problem. I've got my problems too. So I've got a lot to think about at the moment. I mean, whether keep this bar spick and span, because we've got this inspector keeps coming back. So yeah, I need to try and get on with tidying and making sure we're following all the guidance. It's been a nightmare, I tell you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah, Jim, I'm getting over.
Yeah.
I'm getting very, very.
No. You talk now. You're all about Jim.
Yeah, that was I was about to do that. Yeah. Oh, Jim, I'm really, really sorry. You know, so many times we would just come, you know, both me and Amy and who, you know, you name it, and everyone would just dump our rubbishes, our rubbish, our loads of sorrows and misfortune and stuff. And you're like a, you know, like a good person with big heart, ready to accept everyone, but you suffer so much. I know. Sorry
to stop you there, Nick. I want you to go back to the Virgo now. I want you to be stuck in yourself, in Nick again.
All right.
From the point
Sorry
of view
to
of being stuck in Nick.
Yeah, I've been burdening you so much, but you know, I've gone through such a difficult time, and now me being, you know, living like you guys, everyone, even this country, going somewhere, God knows where, and fighting. You know, I know I'm not lost. I know what's the reason. I have a purpose in my life, you know, but you can only imagine what it's like to go to fight, to go somewhere facing such dangers and difficult, and have all this emotional luggage in your mind. You know, it's too much. I can't bear it anymore.
Yeah, it's
too
going to
much,
be
Jim.
tough.
So
Yes,
Jim,
it is.
I want you to be in your thoughts about the inspector. The inspector's around the corner. So you say, oh, Jim, by the way, there's someone coming in 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And he's going on and on and on.
Yeah.
Issues. All right, go on. So what would happen?
Well, it's say to Nick, so we're going to have to talk about this another time, because looks like the inspector's here again. So I'm just going to have to do a quick check round. Everywhere's clean and no one's doing anything they shouldn't. You know what people are like in here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, why this, you know, inspectors come like every, you know, it feels like they're coming every day to me, you know. It's too much. Can't you complain? You are such a, you know, tidy person. And
No. I want you to stay in Nick.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
Or Nick.
Oh, yeah, but you know, this is nothing to compare with my own misery, Jim, honestly. I mean, this inspector, just give him a drink, but in my case, even if I drink a whole bucket of something, I don't think it will pass away. It's too much, Jim. I need help.
Good.
Oh,
Okay,
how
let's go.
miserable am I?
Anyway,
Start to rile you up now, Jim.
Ranting.
This is going to rile you up now a bit, and you're going to start thinking of you again, about your situation in the middle of all of this.
well, what's going to happen if this place gets shut down? Then you won't be able to be coming in here to have your talks with Amy. You have to find somewhere else, and I'll have to find work elsewhere. So we really
Keep going. Whatever
really
comes on, I know it's hard to push you into anger, but go on.
we really need to focus on this, because
Yeah.
what's going to happen to everyone?
Tell us a little bit about all the stress you're living with.
Well, we've got the stress of keeping this bar tidy, organised, and then I have to go home and look after my mum, and she's not well. So there's not much time for my problems, really. And we've got all the other guys coming in, and yeah, it's just a nightmare.
Okay.
I feel you, Jim. But honestly, I can't bear my burdens anymore alone. I really need someone's help. And Amy, she just pissed me off last time, we met, and it's too much, Jim. You just don't know what it's like. And I'm getting desperate, honestly. Give me another drink, please.
Okay, I'm going to do Elaine. Elaine will walk into the bar now, okay? And Mike has come. I don't know if he's come back yet, or I think she knows he's back. I can't remember. It happens after, but never mind. She's coming into the bar now. Let's say she's seen Mike, yeah? Right, Jim? All right, Nick?
Yeah,
Not too bad.
been better.
Have I told you about Poopy? Oh, Poopy, she's not eating her food at all. She doesn't want to touch her food. She's off her food. It doesn't matter what I buy her. I bought her that Slimmy Kitty, if you want Slimmy Kitty, to keep you fitty. Whatever I do, I can't keep her happy. She just always wants to eat, and she always wants to be cuddled and taken care of. And oh, Jim, what's your best? Red today. I think I'll have some red today.
Well, probably.
I've had a really hard day today. You know what, at work, all the clients were having a go at me. The phone just kept ringing non-stop. And guess whose fault it is? It's Mike's fault. It's all his fault.
Yeah.
If he had left me 4 years ago at the altar, 4 years. 4 years he's made me suffer for 4 years. 4 years, Jim. 4 years. Nick, are you listening?
Yeah, it's not been.
Are you listening?
I feel you.
4 years, and that's why little Puppy can't settle. She can't settle at all. She doesn't sleep, she doesn't eat. It's all his fault. Why did he have to come back now? God. You haven't any idea how I live. None of you. You have no problems. And Jim, compared to me, everything is upside down and inside out and all over the place. I mean, even tried to put every single box. I labeled all the boxes yesterday. I labeled them. Do you know what? I got colored pens, a different color for each. Know exactly where everything is. So the decaf coffee is here and the caffeine, but because I'm so confused with Mike coming back after
after 4 years after leaving me at the altar, I drank the coffee by mistake.
Mm.
I'm all over the place. I'm shaking like a leaf. Jim, what shall I do? Give me your best red or your best white, or how about a couple of whiskeys? Or Jim, what's the matter with you? Are you not listening to me?
Well, you need to
Why
go
not
easy.
me?
Well, I'm just think what could take your mind off. What if you like organise? Got a lot to organise here. You know.
What do you mean?
Well,
The inspector is.
yeah.
Oh, but I don't do that. I've got much too much to do at home. I mean, can Sharon not do it? After all, she works for you, doesn't she?
Elaine,
Yeah, we could get her to do it.
I've just shared with him my troubles, and trust me, they're, you know, yours are like child game, you know, kids game, you know, kids play, compared to mine. Did you hear that, you know, my Amy has left me again, abandoned me? I can't stand this anymore, honestly.
Well, I'm
You
not
know,
surprised you men. You all behave so badly. I mean, look at Mike leaving me. 4 years he left me, 4 years ago. And look at the mess. Your life is compared to mine. It's absolutely nothing. Nothing.
yeah, but you generalizing, you know, like and stereotyping, you know. Oh man, this does not do any justice, you know. Neither to you nor to me.
I think
Because
I've got, I think my fringe, oh, that should go there. Oh,
Oh,
because you know,
the mirror.
Amy,
my fringe. I need to go to the hairdresser quickly. Look at that.
you don't know what it's like, you know, to have such a great love for someone, you know, and for her to abandon you like
I
a
need
dog.
a face. Do you think if I have a facelift, Mike would love me? Yeah, probably. What do you think?
We've got big problems. I'll tell you that anyway.
Now, what can be bigger than my problems?
What could be bigger problems than hair? For God. I think I need a facelift. Get rid of all these puffy bits here. Do you think he'll love me if I get rid of all these little... Oh my God, I've got to get my eyebrows down. This is terrible. No wonder. Poopy.
No, Elaine, no, this is not going to change things, you know. You girls, you should change your attitudes, you know, because sometimes we get tired. At least this is what happened with Amy. Because you know me, I'm such a good person.
Core, you know. Look at my
What?
I've bitten them to the core.
But who?
Sorry, what were
Oh
you
my
saying?
goodness, you know, I was talking about something way more important than you talking about your nails now.
More
You
important than
serious?
nails? What are you talking about? I mean,
I'm talking about broken hearts, not broken nails. For crying out loud. Yeah.
Talk about Mike again. That's all you ever talk about, my broken heart. He left me at the altar 4 years ago. Do you know that, Nick? And he's going to pay. He's going to pay, Jim, isn't he?
Well, you have to ask him that.
Pardon?
You'll have to ask him.
What do you mean?
Well, only
Do you know
he
something?
knows.
Do you know something? Has he got another woman? I mean, what's going on? Is he married? I mean, what do you mean, Jim? What's going on?
Married?
As far as I know, he still likes you, so you have to talk to him.
Exactly.
About this. We've got a bar to sort here.
Jim, I would be there in half a minute. In half a minute. I would.
Yeah, I think he's waiting for you. Why just don't go out and check him out?
Yeah.
Do you think so, Nick?
Yeah.
Do you think for me? Do you think he pined for me all these years?
Of course. You know, you girls have to, you know, understand something. That we're so different from you. That doesn't mean that we don't love you and that we're not devoted to you, you know. I mean, Amy behaves in the same way. Every time she would question my devotion and you know, she would compare me with other things, or she would just feel like jealous. Even with the army, you know, she's jealous of the army. Can you imagine that? I mean, this is ridiculous. And I can find so many similar things between you girls.
I think I need to go home.
Yeah. Go quick.
I mean, I've got such dark circles under my eyes, and I mean, that's, oh, look at the dark circle.
Oh, stop it,
Oh
Elena.
my God,
Don't worry.
I better go home and get some rest. Look, I'm really, really sorry about your situation with Amy. Nobody understands her. I'm not surprised you don't understand Amy. I mean, no one.
And what about me, Elaine? Who understands me?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, every man that I know, apart from Jim, of course, because Jim is just one of the girls. I mean, you are, aren't you? You're one of the girls. So every other man that I know is a bit of a shit, quite honestly. The way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's very polite of you.
Yes, that's all I can say. And I think I really have to go home and feel.
Yeah, please.
And
please.
If you see that Mike creature, tell him from me that I don't want it back under any circumstance. Never, ever, 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 ever. Do you understand that, Jim? You must tell him, never, ever on this planet. In a million
but
years,
you know, go and rest yourself.
back.
Go and rest yourself, darling. And tomorrow, I think you'll change your mind, because he's all right.
Does he, Nick? How do you know?
I'm sure, because I love Amy, and no matter how many times she would leave me, it's the same.
He still loves me.
Predictable, you know. It's the same. I'm telling you. Yeah, and you worry too much, and stop it. We are getting tired, honestly.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
She would be like that. She would be like that. She's like
broken
with a bone. You see, you've all got your own issues.
Yeah.
And Elaine is Mike. Everything is Mike. Why did you mention him? Why this? Why everything is? If it wasn't for him, the whole world would be fine. There would be no virus. You know, poor Mike is great for everything. And with you, what big issue with Nick?
Mm-hmm.
What
Amy, of course.
What's yours?
Amy, of course. Yeah.
Amy. And the way that but what? I mean, I'm Lauren now, obviously.
Hey, Lauren, hi.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I just wanted to show that when we get an Elaine, that's what I'm expecting from her. I'm expecting narcissism and OCD, because that's how she is. Everything is about Mike, and when she decides, when she creates her plan of revenge, which is very funny, it comes from a place of of what can I do to him to punish him for daring the situation in my life, because she's so stuck, and she's been stuck for 4 years, and until she gets it out at the end in Act 2, until she's able to project all of that, and he's able to hold her and say he's sorry, and then they sing the duet, as you know. She is going to go through all these processes. As I say, it gets very funny. So that's her intention. But whoever plays Elaine, the intention is always going to be, look what Mike did to me, and that's it. That's her story. Everybody has a story, and as long as we have a story, we can't be peaceful. So she's all over the place, and as she said, she drank the decaffeinated instead of the decaf, and she tried to label everything, but she used different pens, and she made a mistake. And of course, Poopy is suffering, and it's all Mike's fault. Everything is his fault. So the situation with Nick is all she hears is that. So Nick.
Yeah.
So how would you do that? every time bring the conversation back to you, back to you, back to you. Your main obsession is Amy not accepting your decision to go.
Yeah.
You can't see a bit in the middle. There is no bit in the middle. It's like, that's it. I'm doing what I feel is right. Amy has to go along with it. There's no bit in the middle. You're all very extreme, except Jim.
Yeah.
Everyone's extreme. Sam's extreme. Sharon's extreme, because that's why she gets to such a level of depression. And so I'm trying to show the mental health issues. All of you have got mental health.
Exactly. Everyone in their own right.
Everyone is stuck. So, so that's what I want you to work on, is more on the characters. And I need really to put, it's like you, Jim, Luke, Luke, I have to push you to get, because it must be impossible to get you to lose your temper. I mean, you're so placid, aren't you?
Yeah.
You know, do you have a temper?
Occasionally.
Okay, because in Act 2, really going to lose it, because I can't say what happens in Act 1 because I don't want anybody to know, as we got to know. But
I think I find it easier when there's the script to
yeah. Because will you remember then? Because I'll probably forget. Remember, next week I want to see Jim. I want you to actually. Can you stand up?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I did need to go, but
what's the time?
Nearly 10 past.
Oh my God. Okay, very quick exercise.
Yeah.
Vlad, are you still there? Vlad? I think he's gone. Right. Can you walk around a little bit, muttering to yourself about what's going on in Encounters?
Oh no, we've got the inspector coming. Oh, I need to tidy over there. We've got all this. Oh, nightmare.
Okay, I'll pick up the chair, but pick it up like you intend to throw it. Obviously, you're not going to throw it, but the question is, you're going to throw it. Yeah, obviously, you're not going to do that. Okay, over the next week, I want you to practice walking around the room and I'm making it stronger and stronger and faster and faster. Can you write that down? Because I won't remember, will I? You guys will remember. I want you to walk around the room, faster and faster, as you're starting to feel this come into your body, all this anger, all this rage about being used and being the doormat and confused.
Okay.
And where's my life? I'm lost and yada, yada, yada. And I want you to, if possible, to go to some of the things in the room, pick them up, and if you can, like throw them around a bit, maybe cushions or anything. So when you come back, so next week we're going to work on Jim, a lot on his rage. It's really because in order to push that a little bit. And then hopefully you guys will all be here so we can do the scene. I think Vlad's gone, so I'll let you go. But I sent you, okay, I'll stop recording now. So I'll put this on. And I'm not going to stop recording, actually, just very quickly. Can you just show Vlad? Can you just sing the way I intend him to sing? With that, can you show him when there's no vibrato and when there is? Can you do that?
Maybe I'll try.
Manuel, just something very strange is happening to me. So I mean, it's something very strange is happening to me. So it's correct. Or the way he drags it, something very strange. He kind of drags, and that's what we don't want, Manuel. We want it to be direct. Something very strange is happening to me. obviously in
Mhm.
low. So do you want to do it? Because I'm not a tenor. Can you just do that?
Something very strange is happening to me.
Exactly. Can you do it first of all without vibrato
Yeah.
and with, okay, so to show him. So with
Something very strange is happening to me.
exactly. And now with vibrato.
Something very strange is happening to me.
Good. And then the second thing I wanted him to do, if you don't mind do it, is that exercise. I can feel, could this be love? Could this be love? Love, 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 love. So he gets the exercise.
Yeah.
Can you do it really slowly? Because obviously it's not going to sound to my voice. So just so you can practice. That's it really. So that's for you, Manuel, because I didn't record the beginning, I'm sorry. But that's just the general idea. And the whole point is you close your eyes and you sing from the heart. Something very strange is happening to me. From the heart, an outflow, a burst of emotions. And that's all you do. You close your eyes and you practice the song. Okay, that's great. So thank you guys. You've been watching a rehearsal of Encounters. It's disappeared and Manuel has left. And this is Luke who's playing Jim. And me, Lauren. We need people to join. We need a Sharon and I don't know, we need an Elaine. I don't know about Sharon at the moment. But we need chorus as well. So anybody who wants to join us, we rehearse on Wednesday evenings. It's Encounters, the new musical. So I hope you enjoy our rehearsal. Thank you, and please share everywhere. Moving on TV1@gmail.com. Subscribe and share and like. Thank you.
dancing with you in the evening, holding you in the morning. Haven't felt that way in such a long time. You look so pretty in the sunshine. I know that you're gone and you're not coming back. What am I gonna do? I wanna talk, but you're on a plane a million miles away. A million miles. I know it's a small world, but where am I gonna find another like you? I know it was just one night, but I'm never gonna find another like you. Drinking with you in the moonlight, lying with you by the poolside. I wish we could have stayed forever in that Italian paradise. I know that you're gone and you're not coming back. What am I gonna do? I wanna talk, but you're on a plane a million miles away. A million miles. I know it's a small world, but where am I gonna find another like you? I know it was just one night, but I'm never gonna find another like you. And I knew from the moment I saw you I'd be writing this song and dreaming of living everything to follow you. I know it's a small world, but where am I gonna find another like you? I know it was just one night, but I'm never gonna find another like you. I know it's a small world, but where am I gonna find another like you? I know it was just one night, but I'm never gonna find another like you. I know it's a small world, but where am I gonna find another like you? I know it was just one night, but I'm never gonna find another like you. I know it's a small world, but where am I gonna find another like you? I know it was just one night, but I'm never gonna find another like you. Another like you. Another like you.
Hey guys, welcome to Moving On TV. This is the Awakening 133, and I haven't done anything since Sunday, except I've had a massive breakdown yesterday, which I'm glad to say I'm now balanced, no medication, obviously. But I had a really, really difficult one, and that was connected to people trying to break in. Long story, I'm not going to go into it. And so today I want to tell you how I came back into balance, because I was gone, panicking all over the place, couldn't function, didn't know what to do, because I've got the eviction coming up. But thanks to what I did, I was able to get some better results. It's true what they say, that to balance, that's when you can go out, you can get the better answers and things come to you to help you. Okay, so I'm showing you today a balancing technique. Now, I tested it yesterday. I've tested it a lot of times when I left therapeutic community, but I forgot about it over the years and I haven't done it for a while. It's a combination of two separate techniques that I learned that are out there, but I've brought them into one, and they do work for me every single time. I've tried tapping, but it didn't help. But this seems to work very quickly. And also sleep. Sleep is very important. So if you were deprived like me, you weren't sleeping, so it's not going to help your mental health. So basically, yesterday I was doing this technique, and then I did some meditation and slept, and then somebody rang me and triggered me very quickly into fear. I got triggered very quickly into the fear of the eviction. What are you going to do? Yada, yada. Went right back there again. So I did the technique again, fell asleep, and all through the night, I meditated, slept, meditated, fell asleep, meditated, did this technique, fell asleep, and kept doing it. And when I woke up in the morning, total peace. And I've had a beautiful day today. I've been in nature most of the day. I went to church. I sat and I lit a candle and I prayed. I did the Lord's Prayer and I asked for peace for everyone. I asked for forgiveness from everyone that I have hurt. And I worked on my shortcoming, my big shortcoming, which is my temper, the temper, not mine, the temper. And the fact that I don't seem to have a shock absorber that goes, I get panicky and frightened, and then I go straight into rage. I lose my temper. So what happens in between? And that's what I want to talk about as well, because that's my biggest shortcoming, the biggest shortcoming that Lauren, the personality, has, the child that jumps too quickly. And everyone who I've lost this year, in particular, or over the years, has been because I didn't have that shock absorber. I don't seem to have it. And I don't understand what it is. Between the panic and the fear, I have a knee-jerk reaction, which is either it's my temper or something happens quickly, boom. And there's nothing in between that panic and the temper, or that panic doing something I regret. So yesterday, because I was in so much panic, I sent an email to someone and it wasn't what I wanted, the result. And I'm not sure that, but it was a learning experience, and it brought me to my knees to understand that I have to develop a shock absorber. The shock absorber has got to be something like the 12 steps. And the first step, I can't control my temper. I can't control the fear and the panic sometimes. So the next step is I came to believe a power greater than myself will help restore me to sanity. So, okay, so I've got that. But then the big one is before I lose the temper, before you lose your temper, before you send that email, you handed over, made a conscious decision to hand over power. Now I know what's wrong with me, that shocker is missing. Now, I've asked people to forgive me, and a lot of people haven't. Some have. And we talk about it, and they said, well, you're Lauren, so we see you black and white and green and grey. But some people don't, because it's a shock. They go into shock or whatever. And I've seen this over the years, and they're not able to accept me back into their lives. And so I have to take responsibility now. Yesterday was rock bottom, and it was a very dangerous situation for me. And so now that's it. So do you have that shock absorber? And if you do, can you teach me? Because I'd be very grateful if you could send me also some information of how you, not medication, and believe me, it's too quick. It's so quick that it's got to be, like I get up in the morning and I say to something, if I get into panic, then I hand it over to you. Or I do something quick, like I take this box and I say, right, in you go. It's got to be that quick. And it's got to be a pause between the panic and the fear and the temper loss. So I don't know about you, but I'm only starting to understand that now. And I must admit, in the therapeutic community, I've worked on what takes me into fear. What happens before I go into fear? And that is usually helplessness, confusion, helplessness, vulnerability. Then I go into the fear and panic. But I never worked on what comes between the panic and losing the temper, which manifests the loss of a friend or a situation that could have been beneficial, maybe. Okay, so that's got to be worked on now. Okay, so that shock absorber, that's what I'm going to be trying to understand today. So yesterday I was able to work on the panic, the triggers, and not go and do anything else. It was like I could stop, let the panic come up and feel it, but do this technique, which is just breathing, the violet flame, and the healing codes, all in one package. Now, I use this, I'll never forget it, because I came out in the therapeutic community and I didn't have that cushion of the 24 hours support. I didn't have anything, and I was in a piece. But then, of course, life went on, and I got scared, and I'll never forget it. I found the healing code by Alex Lloyd in the Seekers Trust, which is an angel center. And I was going into fear, and I thought, I'm going to try this. So it said, use a positive affirmation while you do it. Okay. And I thought, I'll use the violet flame meditation and let's see what happens. And so this is what you do. So you're in panic. So I was up there in the Richter of number 10. I remember very, very high up in panic. And I thought, okay, I'm going to do it in this moment. And this is what I did. First of all, you put your hands here by the throat chakra, and you can feel the pull. Okay? By around the larynx, you can feel it. And you say, I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. You could say the Lord's Prayer. Sometimes I would see myself sitting in Undan Valley, which is beautiful, where I went today. You can do that if you're very visual. It depends. Different things work, but it always works for me. And then you put your hands here by the jawline, and you will feel the pull. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. And then the temples. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. And then here, the third eye. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. And then you do it another. You keep doing it. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. I am a being of violet fire. Purity God desires. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. You take a breath and you release the aura. You push away your aura so it grows. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. And you should start to see the violet flame. I always do. It starts to come in. I am a being of violet fire. I am the purity God desires. So the charge of whatever was bothering you is going. It's going. If it isn't, let me know and I'll work with you, because then I come back and I say, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, Lauren, how upset are you? And it's always gone down to about 6, 5, and then I'll do it again. Or I will close my eyes and imagine I'm in Yunden Valley, and I will really visualize me sitting there. I'll feel myself, do all the modalities. I can feel the grass. I can feel it. I can feel the wind on my face. And then I move to the next one, Yunden Valley. Yunden. Okay? And then you do, this is, as I say, I designed this myself. You push the aura away. I don't know why, but I seem to do this and it helps. There are other techniques you can do, which they teach, which is just also you add, you move the crown chakra clockwise, or put your hand on your solar plexus and push it in. Come back into balance. And I can assure you that the panic will have gone down, the situation will have gone in further away from you, and you will feel that you're in the violet flame more, or you're in Yunden. So that's the first thing I wanted to teach you today, is to use that as a shock absorber between the panic and losing it. And I didn't do that, but I am now. I am now, except the situation was taking back too quickly to PTSD. It was people banging on the door trying to break in, and because someone did something which I'm not going to go into. Nothing, it wasn't actually to do with me this time. I was definitely an innocent victim. I know I always say that, but I was in this situation. And it put me into a situation of total panic very quickly. And, you know, I couldn't have really done enough of that. But after it happened, I could have done that process, that shock absorber, let's call it. Or I could have called Unity Prayer Line, but I did something first, and then the common sense came back in. So my job now is another situation I was in, where I started to shout in front of a child, and which scared the child. And because that shock absorber wasn't there, so now I know I've got to use that shock absorber before I shout, you know, and so I'm learning, and I'm asking people to forgive me, because I'm learning all the time, like everybody else. I'm human, I'm going through a lot. We're all going through hell at the moment, and huge panic and fear over the eviction. So there are ways to get over the panic. So I'm going to say that you need to make sure you sleep Don't get too hungry, too angry, too lonely, too tired. And I had not slept, God knows since when. Okay, so I went to bed and I meditated and slept and meditated and slept. There's a wonderful app you can get called Envision. It's got beautiful meditations on there, 10 minutes. And it helped me to get, because my mind was all over the place. I couldn't just breathe and get myself. I did this process and it brought me into focus. And so I'm able to function again. So that's it for today. A nice little technique to help bring you back into, I'm calling it the shock absorber, because we're all in shock. And the more we practice it, the more we'll get to a level. But the most important thing is you have to keep reciting, even when you're not in panic, that you're going to hand everything over to your higher power. So every time someone upsets you, whether it's a Course in Miracles, and I can choose peace instead of this, as Wayne Dyer would say, I can choose peace, I can choose peace. So every time you get to a panic, you just keep saying, I can choose peace, I can choose peace. So you're not likely to do a knee-jerk reaction email or something, or shout. You're more likely to stay in balance or to get out of the situation. But we are learning. It's, you know, we're going through a process of learning, and this is ascension. And yes, you're going to hurt people and people won't accept you, because I think when they see someone emoting or losing their temper, it could be that they can't and they're jealous, or it could be that they can't deal with any kind of noise and so they push you away, or it could be they're too black and white. And I was talking to someone about this today, a friend. It's all about finding the bit of not middle side. You know, kind of, if someone is things, it's don't to take, because we're all going through at the moment. I mean, once it's happened twice, because they could not see, not understand the stress and the eviction and everything that I was going through as well. But most times, and this is what the conversation was today with my friend, where we'd fallen out in a big way, able to see the good side of me, because you've got good points and you're human, Lauren. That's why we're friends, because you're not all dark or good or whatever, you know, and you teach me things as well. He said, you teach me, and you were able to show me the things that I needed to work on. So I know I've got a problem with temper, not me, the personality, the fetus that I'm healing, as you know, or the 7-year-old that was taken to Israel. I'm working on it, and it's a work in progress. So I'm giving you this today, and I hope you enjoy it. And tomorrow, MOTV Jukebox, I've got loads of TV Jukebox with lots of great new songwriters, like DJ, and that's going to be fun. I think someone's working on a jingle for me. That's going to be exciting. I'm doing, and that will go from 8 till 11. So come on and get your free tarot reading. My pleasure. I love it. I've got live, probably be one day, either Saturday or Sunday because it exhausted me, and I was ill afterward, lost my voice. So I don't know what will happen by the weekend. We'll see. But send me your videos, which is really exciting. So I took some time, a lot of meditation and nature. Every day I'm going into nature. And as I said, church today, it was something beautiful I picked up, and it was a child's poem. It was beautiful. I'm going to kind of end on that. It was, God, let me hear you in the trees and the birds and in the joy of the waves, I think. Let me hear the joy in the birds, and let me feel the beauty, nature in the waves, and the buzzing of the bees today. It was from the point of view of a child, and the squawking of the birds or something like that. And that's what I did today. I went to Ewington, and after I came out of I had an interesting conversation with the priest, because as I never wear masks and people were going in with masks, and I went up to her and I said to her, the vicar or whoever she was, I think it was a vicar, but I don't know, was a woman, like the vicar of Dibley. I said to her, do you, obviously you know what Revelations is. And I said, I'm one of the 144,000. I said, the reason I don't wear a mask is not because I'm trying to upset anyone, and not because I'm a bad person, like people think that I'm trying to make them ill or I don't respect them. It's not that. It's that I am not scared of this at all. I never have been, I never will, because I know deep down it's serious. It never has been, because I'm one of the 100,000 that was sent here. And I know how to heal body, and I know how to heal mental health issues most of the time, except sometimes the personality gets in the way. And I said, I'm an earth angel and I'm here to do a job. And so please, I'm not a bad person because I'm walking around without a mask. Just looked at me and smiled. I said to her, is the media God? And in the next few weeks, everything's going to come to the surface and you know the truth about everything. And she told, she said, thank you. And I felt good. And I felt, well, Lauren, yeah. I know that's what MOTV is. It's songwriters that nobody even listened to. It's my job to be the patron saint or the angel of lost dreams and talents. And so you come to me, to Moving On TV, and I provide a platform, and we do it together. I love you lots. Take care, have a beautiful day. And again, from the heart, if I've upset anyone because I didn't have that shock absorber, which I'm trying to work in progress, I'm asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for anyone who I've hurt. Forgive me from the heart. We all learn on pace and level, and my intent is not to upset or scare anybody or hurt them. The personality goes into fight and respect because of the way I grew up, and it takes a while for me to be able to understand what I'm doing, because it's so natural to go into fight and flight, and that's not the shock absorber I want anymore, because it upsets people and I lose people in my life that I care about. That's all I can say. From the heart, I'm trying to say that. I'm learning. It's a process. And I came out of huge panic. I mean, as Unity Prayer Line, I was all over the place, and they prayed with me, and I didn't know what to do with myself. But I came out, thank God. I ate, I did halt. Don't get too hungry, too angry. Well, I was too lonely. People, I even called Samaritans yesterday and they were beautiful. They told me to breathe and cry, and I cried a lot. I'm tired. I went to bed about 8 o'clock, I think, last night. Cuddled up to the cats or Ellie, wherever. And got a box of chocolates. Didn't eat them, but they're there. I thought, whatever. Get my goodies, you know, I need something after 8 minutes. And that, so I'm doing my best, learning my lessons. And if you know a beautiful landlord who would take me and the cats and give us a beautiful home, peaceful home, warm home, no implements, and believes in what we believe in, totally enlightened, and will also charge half of the rent that I'm paying here for 1 bedroom, which is disgusting what we pay. I hear it's coming soon. Love you lots, and just please pray for me to find a home for me and the cats, okay? I love you lots. Bye.
She's all around, she lights up the room with colors, her colors are strong. The love inside goes on and on. A flower so bright, with just one smile, dark turns to light. Her heart opens like a rose, and deep inside, her love is yours. This is your day now, your day to shine. Take back the gifts you have and make the world your shrine. Make it the best you can. Make it about you. This is your day now, baby. Go out there, make your dreams come true. Flower got through the storm. She wears every cloud that comes along. She's strong now, with beauty and grace. Look at her face. It's time now to go out and it's the human race. This is your day now, your day to be free. Go out and claim your life. This is your time to
star you Welcome to, and today we have an incredible guest coming on, a really good friend of mine, Paul MacDonald, who runs the Positivity Centre in Burnham, Nashton Lane. And I'm just going to show you some of the things I've purchased from there. Look at that crystal. These crystals are stunning. And this one. This I know is amethyst. This one drew me because of the gorgeous colours. I think this was about a £5, and this was about a £5, and this was about £10. So this is what you can get there at the Positivity Centre once it's open again. So you can buy my book, Simply Amazing, Chapter 8, Casey Armstrong. They sell that. They sell How to Stay Sane in a Crazy World cards, which are channeled by me. And they sell this beautiful, beautiful pendant, if you can see, made by Megan Luna. They sell beautiful things there, and I've purchased loads of stuff from there. But today we're going to talk to Paul, the man himself. I call him Mr. Medicine Man because when I go for a session with Paul MacDonald, he does the shamanism, he does music, he does rhythms, he does I use the bed, the sound and light bed, and all together get this incredible experience, enlightening experience where I detach from life completely. When I come out of there, I'm a different person. And sometimes he uses rhythms and drums and sage sticks, as I say, Mr. Medicine Man. And as I said today, apart from that, he's a very talented musician and songwriter, an all-rounder, as well as an alien for another planet. So a fantastic healer. He does, I'd say, telepathic healing as well. So, you know, close your eyes and the healing appears and you feel different. All sorts of talents and skills and experiences that we feel probably are what refer to being an architect of life, which is what I'm going to ask from him. Now, you saw him a couple of years ago. He did a program on Moving on TV. It was the Happy News at a fair, and where he sang happy talk, happy news. But today we're going to focus on, as I say, the depths of how far this goes. Who is Paul MacDonald? How did he get to the level that he is now? Where did it all start? Because as you know, with Moving on TV, I like to dive deep and find out about the man or woman, the human, what is behind it, what is behind it all, but the real person. So welcome to Moving on TV.
Happy, 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 happy news. Happy, happy, happy news.
Oh, yeah. It's It's an honor and a pleasure to interview you here on Living on TV, because as you know, I have a huge amount of respect for your work. I love what you do. I just told the viewers that I go onto the lighted sound bed that you have at the Positivity Center, and it's an incredible experience. I always come off there feeling happy and attached and a lot better than when I went on it. So tell me a little bit about Paul MacDonald. Where did all this start? I mean, you woke up one day and you suddenly knew everything that you know, or did it start way back a while ago?
I suppose I've always been a bit, I suppose very like up in my head a lot, to be quite honest. Always been very intrigued and questioning everything. Maybe sometimes it's a little bit too much, but then as they say, your gift is your curse is your gift. Sort of works for you in both ways, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Which is life, I suppose. It is a balance. It's like that can't always be one or the other. They sort of go like that. Yeah, since I can remember, just really, I suppose, open-minded, really. Open-minded, which caused me a bit of an issue when I was young. Always felt like I wanted to do something, but I never knew what. It was I wanted to be creative, wanted to be expressive, but I couldn't work out what it was. Because when I was younger, the only things I could work out that was expressive and creative was either music or your general sort of stuff. Not realising that what I wanted to really be expressing was energy. And in the format that I do, which is, well, just expressing energy in ways that people are only just starting to wake up to, I suppose. For years they've been doing it in cultures, but it's even in cultures they've been doing it with like indigenous cultures, they've been doing it with some sort of format or tradition where it's not quite that. It's more of a conscious present flow that wants to express itself through sound, through movement. It's almost as if, and for years I think I was stuck with stuff. I remember I used to have tics a lot. I'd make sort of like noises, or I'd twitch my neck, or
You mean a bit like kind of like Tourette's kind of?
yeah, but it was almost sort of a tic. Like I'd have to do something like a certain movement with my neck all the time. And I remember thinking it was like if I don't do it, it's it was a bit of an OCD, it's a bad luck thing, but more of a feeling. And now I look back on it, I've come to realise it was actually like energy that was stuck and stagnant. And someone said to me recently, and I've only just thought about it, like how I don't like the word light language, but I suppose it's like expressing energy is in form of like sound and movement. It's like NLP, because for example, like last night I was feeling like I need to express a certain sounds, and I think it was a lot of like tongue twisty sounds and and I just go with it. And it's a tone, which is a vibration, which is basically what everything is anyway, isn't it? Vibration. So I just go along with it. It can seem weird or it can seem odd, but it's just the tone. It's a sound, and most things in life are made up from sound and frequency. Hence, like in the Bible, it says that the first was the word was God. In the Hindu scriptures, it started with Om. It's just that primordial vibration, sound and light. And like when you listen to certain music, it makes you feel a certain way. Trance music puts you in a real heady, euphoric space. Soul music, you feel in your heart. Then you got sort of stimulated music like drum and bass or heavy rock that puts you in that real like invigorated. And you even get music that makes you feel like that goth metal, dark metal stuff. Makes you feel really, I don't even know the word I want to give that. Almost aggressive sometimes, but yeah, different types of music, different sounds do different things. And when someone's singing a love song, they're singing that from their heart. So they're literally, the linguistics and the sound which they're producing is coming from a heart space. So, and when someone's dancing, they feel good because they're allowing their body to move with the sound that they're going with. So when you're doing expressing sound and then you're doing certain movements with it, you're creating an atmosphere around your body. I know I've gone off of what I was talking about a bit here.
Yeah. Can I just bring you back a sec, Paul?
Yeah.
Because again, I like to, as I say, I want to go back to the beginning. Because
can I eat my chocolate?
You can eat your chocolate, yeah. No, it's all
about freedom.
Where did it all start? Because I remember I met you at one of these fairs, these big fairs in Maidenhead, and I sat down beside you. You seemed like really calm and quiet, like a really gentle being. I sat down beside you, but you were totally focused. You started talking to me, explaining to me what you wanted to do, the conscious camps, and I think at the art center. But you know what I want to know is, when did all this start? I mean, how was it at school for you, for example, when you went to school? As you say, you're different, you're creative. How did you manage to settle as a child into the school system with all your energy, your ambitions, or start later on when you were older?
I had a funny childhood. I wasn't brought up funny, but I was a bit funny myself because I had weight issues, and that put me into like give me a lot of anxiety because I weren't happy with myself, and I suppose really that's why I do what I do now. You know, I never really, for years, I don't think I enjoyed myself because it was all about how I look, superficial sort of 3D world stuff. And I guess really that put me on a neural path of thinking, because you're always thinking about yourself. You've got anxiety, or you're trying to cover the next move or how you're going to feel about something. So you think a lot, which ends up putting you in the pattern of thinking a lot. So then you end up thinking about everything a lot. Yeah, and I suppose when you're thinking a lot, you're thinking about everything. So you'll be thinking about everything a lot. Like a lot of my friends used to do all sorts of stuff. Where I lived in Slough, there was a lot of like crime, a lot of drugs, a lot of robbery, a lot of all sorts. And
sorry, because you're up in Slough, is that right?
Yeah. And you know, like friends of mine would be involved in stuff like that, but I'd always be sitting there thinking like about it all from every angle and having compassion. I could never do stuff like that, you know, obviously hang around with people because they're your friends when you're younger, and then certain friends will be doing certain things, and but where you're thinking, where I would think a lot, it would stop me acting a certain way because I'd be thinking about consequences, thinking about how the person would feel, thinking about everything. And again, it's like a curse and a gift at the same time, because it's sort of intuitive as well. You don't do stuff because you're thinking, oh, that ain't right, that ain't going to be right, it's going to turn out like that. Like really thinking about everything from every angle. Sort of think yourself out of doing things. And sometimes, but it ends up, I also used to think myself out of doing stuff that maybe I wanted to do. So,
was there anything you liked about school?
I liked school. I liked being with my friends. But I didn't like. I've never liked doing structured stuff. I've never liked being part of a structured society. And my mum's very much, I suppose, you've met my mum. opinionated. She made me into the man I am today. Yeah, systematic stuff I've never really gone along with well. My mum didn't. I think she got kicked out of school early because she didn't like going with set routines. It's when you look into stuff and you think like, well, what's the point of that? Not everything about it, but just certain things that you can't resonate with. And I suppose that's the beginning of change. If you're here as a person who wants to bring in some sort of change always gets what's the word? No one seems to like change, or no one's comfortable with change because they're comfortable with what they're doing. So either people think you're weird for what you're trying to talk about or bring in. And I suppose that's another thing with me as a youngster. I liked certain things. I liked a certain way of dressing, but I never would. I'd never like do things that I wanted to do because I'd be worried about how people I know would think, or if they would take the mickey. Or I was thinking about it only last night actually, about how much post-traumatic stress is just a whole lifetime of a lot of people. Everyone's got post-traumatic stress. From post-traumatic stress is just to me, there's different levels of it. You've obviously got shocking life scenarios, and then you've got it where it's something that's affected you deep rooted in you because you couldn't be yourself. Not being able to be yourself is post-traumatic stress because it leaves a stressful energy in you which accumulates and builds up and ends up disturbing other aspects of your life. Like you can't be yourself. You can't act a certain way because you're worried about what your parents are going to think. You're worried about what your friends are going to think. Then that ends up repressing you. Then you're not happy.
So you felt like this as a young child, did you?
Yeah.
You feel like that you couldn't be yourself and you couldn't express yourself?
Yeah, partly not just because of other people, but because of me as well. Like there were certain things I wanted to do or certain things I wanted to wear, but I wouldn't because I would think that I looked silly in them. Or I would look silly looking like this or dressed like that. So that I had a lot of self-judgment, and that put me off. But then where did the self-judgment come from? Something in me or something must have happened that I maybe that created self-judgment in me.
So how did you deal with it?
Pardon?
How did you deal with all of those feelings as a young
drugs. I got stoned out my face a lot. Alcohol, drugs, music was a good one. But I loved music anyway. But I suppose you do use things to escape stuff. Yeah, drugs. I suppose I got into cannabis, got into ecstasy. Later on, I got into cocaine. Yeah, it was funny, and even again, another thing I was thinking about today, like how we use stuff. You know, everyone's on a little journey. You still all have our little traumas and our things come up. And I remember yesterday, I thought, I can't remember it was that come up, and I thought, I feel like having a drink, and I thought, why would I want to drink? Why would I want alcohol? Oh, just to maybe suppress something that's coming up because. Everything's coming up, whether you're a therapist, whether you're whatever, things are coming up for everyone, even more so now.
Especially now.
And the more real deep-rooted stuff is coming up, the really deep-rooted stuff. And then we'll try and find ways to get out of it sometimes because we don't want to sit in it because it could be painful. And then we may find ourselves wanting to do certain things like, oh, I'll have a drink to suppress it. And that's the worst thing you can do because alcohol already affects your liver. And then if it's a suppressed thing that makes you feel angry, then that's even worse because you've got the double that alcohol affects your liver, and also anger from the suppressed emotion affects your liver. And then you're going to use the alcohol that already affects your liver to suppress that energy which affects your liver. That particular trait of anger. So it's just
the liver is the seat of the emotions.
Exactly.
Yeah. And all addictions are just hiding the void inside, as you said. It could be anything. It could be drinking, eating. With me, it was food. So we all have different types of addictions to hold back rather than facing and confronting, and now we're in a space where we have to deal with everything because of this down and because of the way things are. So you must be very strong then, because how did you come out of this? I mean, how long did you have these addictions, would you say?
Actually
practice
up until
leads to another, you know.
But no, about, so I'm 37 now. 27 would be 10 years. So it would be about 24, 25. I stopped smoking. I stopped a lot of things at once: alcohol, cannabis,
How old were you then?
eating meat.
How, at the same time?
Yeah, and it sent me a bit sort of schizophrenic for a moment. I basically stopped everything that I was using as a crux or whatever. And the reason I stopped is because obviously I had kids, and I didn't want to carry on. I remember when I first had them, I was doing all sorts, and it's like, and I would have bad anger issues, and you can't be doing that around your kids. You can't be acting like that around them. So that was the reason I stopped, and then that opened up a whole another avenue, because you're stopping something which was suppressing things. I remember I'd stop because I'd have like heart palpitations. I'd be doing lots of cocaine, and I'd have like heart palpitations. I'd have panic attacks. Summer.
Hang on, I'm pausing. Okay, right, we're back. So you were telling me you basically stopped these addictions because you wanted to be a better dad.
Yeah.
Because in a way, you know, Tony Robbins talks about addictions and pain, and he says when the pain is too strong, or when you have something more important than the pain, you can conquer that pain. But it takes that mindset. It takes that something that is more important to you than the addictions. But it's a very brave thing to do, to be able to just stop. I mean, you know.
Hard.
Cold turkey.
Everything comes up that you were suppressing. Boredom, frustration, anger, issues of self-worth, issues with like major ones I had around still getting over, really. Ones involving like masculinity. Am I good enough? Do I look manly enough? Do I act manly enough? And that's a big one when in connection with like being doing therapy work and doing this sort of stuff, because it's all classed as airy fairy or more feminine and soft. So that really gets you to have to push past caring about what people think about you, whether they think you're all of what you feel like you're not enough of, basically.
That's a really interesting point, Paul, because there are a lot of men that are waking up at the moment, and I've had chats to a few of them. They don't understand. The heart chakra is opening, and cry, and they're starting to feel their feelings. So what advice can you give them as you've been through all of this? What would you suggest they deal with all of this?
Just be yourself. It's like I mean, even today I'm having a bit of a day today where I suppose I can feel emotion come up, because as I'm talking to you I can still feel stuff like in my heart of what things I'm going through at the moment, because it's always coming up, and I don't like the idea of pretending that we're beyond everything. We need to put across this approach that we're beyond everything, that we're here just as a teacher or just someone helping. Like Tony, a life coach has a life coach. Everyone's me. It's all about just being honest and being truthful and stop hiding. Like you know, I could sit there now and think I could see like some of my body language is a bit like that. Well, that's how I feel today.
So what?
So what's the point of me putting on like an act of like, hey, that's not being truthful. I want people to be truthful. I want people, if they, if they feel, whatever they feel, just express it. And it doesn't, but don't always, you know, how people are going to respond to you. They might get annoyed, but that doesn't matter. You've got to express how you've got to express. You're expressing yourself or letting out your stuff may bring a reflection of a load of attacks at you, or may bring whatever, but that's the echo. That's the bit that you've got to try and get through. They're there to help you feel even more, you know, like we've had ourselves and we've had it with each other, like when we've reflected that feeling of self-worth in each other, and you need to go into it sometimes. And the reason someone's doing it to you, because a part of you is on a subconscious level is obviously wanting it from them, for you to dip that low. It's like sometimes you need to go really low to come out of it, and everyone around you will do that for you. As much as at the time you think, how can you do that? How can you make me feel like that? Well, they can only reflect what a part of you is feeling like and wanting, and it's almost like it gets louder and louder and louder until you completely let go. Which I know, for example, yourself, I know you went through that big time earlier in it, like the end of last year and the beginning of this year, and like shift is massively obvious to people who know you.
Thank you. Basically, because we're all mirrors and teachers.
Yeah.
We're all reflecting, but isn't it the synchronicity beautiful today?
Yeah.
That I wanted to see you. I wanted to see the real Paul McDonald, the real person without any masks, and that's what's coming through, and that's beautiful to say, because it's so important. But where do you think you picked it all up? I mean, you weren't born to think, oh, I'm not good enough, I'm not manly enough, I'm not whatever. And it's like people from the outside, they see you as this gorgeous being, this really talented, amazing man. From the out, we can see you like that. We see you as this really positive, this really intelligent being that is put together with Cecile, this beautiful positive space that we can come into, as you say, how grateful I am, a place to express all my grief, and where I was just picked up the floor. Why can't we see ourselves as that person? Who told us that we're not amazing? What do you think? Where do you think that comes from?
I don't know. It's just sort of, do you know what? It's what I've been like asking myself, to be quite honest.
You weren't born like that. So what messages did you pick up?
I don't know.
Who gives you these? I mean, when you think about it.
I've always, from the minute I can remember, from the moment I can remember, I've always been strangely, well, I can only speak for myself because I don't know other people's minds, obsessively thinking. It is like, so for me, like I was born like that. For me, I can never remember feeling I can never ever remember feeling content. There was always a wanting to do something. There was always, I don't know, I don't even know how to explain the feeling. It was obviously like a precursor to do what I'm doing now. And not that I advocate what I'm saying right now, but sometimes maybe something is there, a discomfort is in there to create change. I was reading this book called E.T. Explorer Race, and it was talking about in this book about using discomfort as an impetus for change, and it makes sense. And if, for example, there's various people I know, comforts in their life, or they've had issues inside of them, and because of that, it's made them go into doing and learning and going and getting into all sorts. I mean, one bloke is into many different things. Real highly intellectual things. He does all sorts. I won't say what but he does all sorts where he's helping a lot of people, where he's all sorts to do with helping people, to do with an expert and a sport, to all sorts of stuff. And he's done that. He's learnt all them things because he's had to find something to help him maybe mask or put aside or repress certain things he does. But if we're to look at it on a bigger picture, outside of himself, everything that he's done, how that's helped other people, and it's almost like these discomforts have helped him do stuff that's helped other people. But if he didn't have them discomforts there, he maybe have just stuck with being happy sitting there in a garden, you know, doing nothing. So it's almost, if you look at things on a broader, or whatever the word, a wider, broader scale, I can't think of the word I'm trying to use. It's almost like how negatives and positives serve each other sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You're
saying, in a way, sorry, you're saying that everything we go through molds us.
Yeah.
Makes us into that person that we need to be now in the awakening.
Yeah. I mean, for me, for example, I've tried loads of different modalities of healing, and then some of them will work, some won't, and then I always think, we are going to the allotments to seal summer with.
Hang on a second. I can carry on.
So I can't remember where I was at.
Well, we were saying that everything molds us. Everything you've been through, all the difficult experience that we go through, it molds us into the person we are, because we're coming into a new consciousness, and only certain people will be able to go with us. And I think we've got to go through certain things in life to wake up.
It's like,
or without that, I don't think you can, you know, unless you were born awake.
Well, I sit there and think that I wanted a centre that can help people, but I want to help people in many different ways, and I don't think there's one set way for one person. And I never like routine, because I don't think routine helps an individual. And I think people either need to go in themselves and really work on themselves using their own intuitive nature, which goes on to the stuff I do, or there needs to be many different ways. I don't believe you should just have one way of following things, but some people might like to. I've been watching people for years. I watch stuff online. I watch how other therapists do things. I try and look at things, and I try and look at, well, it works for that, but then I look purposely for flaws in things, because I want to question how things work, and if there's the positive of it, but I want to look for the negatives, because there always is going to be opposites of stuff. And some people could say, oh, you shouldn't do that, but I think it's served me. So my thinking, analytical mind, which cursed me a lot when I was younger, has served me for what I'm doing now, because it's made me look at every aspect of something. Like, does it work? Where doesn't it work? How doesn't it work? What's the negative knock-on effect? So I'm trying to work out, like, the best forms of healing, how it works, where it could be wrong. But so it's helped me decipher, find a broad healing techniques and different methods. If another approach works.
Mm-hmm. I totally agree with that. Yeah.
And the centre that we've got, which is a holistic healing centre, I want it to come from that angle. Like, I want to have different people there doing different things. Some people come in, for example, we get people what I call yogis. A lot of the yoga women, they'll come in, or we'll have people. We'll have the goddess women who come in and they like to do things that are very feminine or orchestrated, or you'll have people who do Reiki, or life coaches, or people into food, people into corporate life coaching. So you'll have so many, and sometimes you have to learn to almost mimic them all to be able to talk on their level. It's no good when you've got someone who's coming from a corporate background and I start the airy fairy angelic side of things. Because healers, you've got so many different types of healing. You've got your clinical NLP type of healer. You've got your new age angel energy healer. You've got the shamanic healer who relies on Mother Earth and Mother Nature. They're all, you know, if you look into it all, it's all exactly the same thing. It's just being issued or being formulated or orchestrated in a particular way to suit a particular mindset. You've got very earthy people. You've got very mind-orientated people. As we were talking with Mick yesterday, some people you have to approach from a mental, logical point of view. Some people you have to approach from a purely energetic point of view, or some people from a very heart space. So there's so many different ways of attacking inner demons. Some people are very so you've got a nice, not a light approach of soothing music and just safety. Some people, they want details. They want to understand something logically, whereas some people like just feeling through intuition.
But it's people, sorry to stop you there.
Yeah.
Because some people need tough love, as we know. And some people, tough love actually works really well. But we're all different, as you said. But it's really interesting that with this new awakening coming together, regardless of their healing modalities, but people seem to be connecting this huge light that has come onto the planet. This new is people with modalities, different healing types. They're all coming together. It's kind of like dark against light. Do you understand what I mean? Because they have this one focus that we want to take away, something that isn't good for us. So we've all come together, and a lot of our issues, like even between us, issues have gone. Because people are connecting. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
In such a big way, we know we have to do that in order to save our planet and humanity. We've let go of a lot of issues.
I suppose we've let go of a lot of issues inside ourselves. You know, like stuff that, I don't know. Let's use us as a friendship example. Certain things which I may trigger you or you may trigger me. We're having to let go of them because they were things to do with self-worth, or am I good enough, or, you know, whatever, needing attention and all that, and we sort of help each other get over it until it's gone. They're slowly fading away, thankfully. Not, you know, there's obviously still stuff there. We've got a long way to go of deep conditioning and traumas, whatever our disharmonics in us still bring up.
Sorry. So we're talking about your work at the Positivity Center. This is what fascinates me, is actually recall that. Can you go back and recall when you would say the shift happened? We all have a shift.
It's funny you say that. I remember as a kid, I'd watch. Right, I need to readdress it. When I started getting into, I remember I had a stage where I got into Hinduism, and that was after I stopped the drugs and things. Or was it? I can't remember now. But anyway, there was a point where I got into Hinduism, and that got me into Krishna, and I was coming at spirituality from a religious point of view. And I remember I had these amazing meditations on Krishna. They were like, I remember having feelings of expansion and feeling like I was everything and nothing at the same time. Literally felt like I was universe. I could feel I was the size of the universe.
Sorry, can I just ask, sorry, was this before you gave up?
No, this was
when you were young?
No, because I was doing I was mixing both at the same time, so it wasn't. I thought it was, but it wasn't. And that was when I was about. Well, my daughter's 17 and I'm 38, so she was about 3 years old. What, about 23, maybe 22, 23, 24, around that age. And I had that. I remember I was in my bedroom, and I remember having one real strong Kundalini awakening, and it was just before I had a driving lesson. Yeah, that one good. I didn't bring myself back down again. Went out into driving lessons into the universe. And,
Bang bang.
yeah, it was cool. But it was more the one where I had this expanse feeling. But that wasn't the first time I had it. When I had it afterwards, I sat there and I thought, I knew I've had this feeling before, and I remembered that I used to feel that. But I didn't realise it was a spiritual experience. I remember when I was must have been about 7 or 8, or not, between 7 and 10, 6 and 10. I would watch Star Wars, and then I would go upstairs, and I remember I would close my eyes, and it was the end. You know, at the end of, or the beginning, the end of Star Wars, where you've got space, when you've got the lines go through it, like warp speed sort of lines. And it used to move up like that with the credits, like it was in space. And I remember I wanted to sort of mimic that. And I remember I'd close my eyes and I would see something like that with my eyes. And then I would push lightly on my eyes and I'd start seeing all these, it was like blackness, but then there would be these white little flicks.
Yeah,
Shapes and lines.
Yeah.
And then
I don't understand, when you close your eyes, how can you actually see it?
yeah, do you remember I would then cover and I'd put myself in complete blackness and I was meditating. I would just concentrate on the blackness that I could in my eyes, that I couldn't see nothing. I would concentrate on just that. And I remember having that feeling back when I was about 6 or so. I was having these expanded states of consciousness, 7 years old, without realizing what. And I remember having this like whoop feeling that you get when you're asleep. Sometimes you get a feeling where you feel dropped.
Yeah.
And it would make me. I remember thinking, whoa, I feel a bit. Do it.
So that was probably very strange. You should say that, because as a child I used to do that a lot, and I kept seeing beautiful colors and shapes and patterns, thinking, but how can I see them? My eyes are closed. And so as you did, I just color.
What's but I'd really I had a freak panic attack because it, you know, I remember thinking, well, life, what was that really loose. It's almost like I just side of that safety net of general life, of going along, and I remember, whoa, what is life? What's outside the planet? Well, what's space inside of? And it would be like, you know, when you really feel that thought, what's inside, you know, it really opens your mind up. I think that is maybe sort of where a lot of things started. Now I look back, because once you have them sort of realizations or them sort of moments, you can't go back. You open up something. I'm not sure what. You open some sort of thought process up, or subconscious thought process up, or whatever we are. You expand some sort of state of awareness in you just from that one thought, and then it's always there. And then I suppose it makes you question everything then.
So obviously you couldn't talk to your friends about this.
It was more I'd have it in like moments where I'd be sat. I remember I'd be sat in a certain seat. I remember being sat in my, you know, like when you have your designated seat with your mum and dad in your house, that they have. It'd be my mum's seat when she wasn't there, or I remember being sat there and just remember being sat in my mum's chair and having that experience, thinking, oh, who created God, or what's outside of space? You know, where does that stop? Freak out. And I don't know why it freaked me out. That's the one thing I'm curious, why it freaked me out. Why does that freak us out? When we get to something where we go, oh, why do we freak out?
Why do you think so?
Don't know. It's almost like because you lose an identity thing. And I think,
Even as a child, why would it freak you out as a child when you start to get these experiences? Because you can't analyze it the same way as you could as an adult, but then you just have to go on Facebook now and you can join a group. What could you do when you were that age? You know,
exactly.
Difficult, was it? It was different then, wasn't it?
Just left with it in my own head. It's not something. Yeah. It wasn't at that age. I didn't like sort of go out and really talk about it. But then I remember like stuff like supernatural stuff, like ghost stories and things being really like mysterious. And then now, you know, I got to a stage where I started going into mediumship stuff, and it's almost like I look back now and think, why did I ever find that scary? Or most people believe in stuff like that, but they don't. They believe in it from a very. It's almost like an internal knowing, but then they won't look into it anymore. They won't. How would you explain it? Everyone believes in ghosts, or most people believe in ghosts, but they're more from a mysterious humour, or I can't explain it. They believe into it until it really gets into it, and then they'll go, oh no, it's rubbish. But everyone has an inkling. It's a bit like when people get close to death's doorstep and then they'll believe in God then. As if there's a slight bit of belief in people, even if they don't believe in stuff, there's some dormant bit in them that does know that there's more.
Okay, so what do you believe happens when you die?
What do I believe happens when you die?
Yeah.
You've got to, you're not just this body, are you? You can't be.
Do you believe this inside? Is there anything that you can
prove it?
That you believe, not that you just think or other people have told you?
No, it's more of a case of when you have experiences of like, for example, when I got into mediumship stuff, I used to be into a mediumship circle or self-development circle to do with psychic awareness or telepathic stuff, and exercising that's what you do when you're in the circle. You focus on exercising it, getting yourself more receptive, more sensitive to feeling stuff through self-awareness, through meditation, through journeying, through asking each other questions, it's almost like self-awareness exercises stroke what do they do in scientific labs? Evidence tests. So you'll be testing each other through stuff, asking questions. For example, I remember doing an open platform once where you go up and you sort of try mediumship. And I remember saying to a woman, "Oh, you was in London at a birthday and you fell. It was near Trafalgar Square." I said, "And you had an accident. You sort of twisted your ankle because you was wearing these big high heels." And she said, "Yeah." And another time with Cecile's, my partner's friends in France, I give him a reading, and I remember telling him stuff about a fight he had with his best friend when he was younger, something to do with his nan, a particular mirror he had in his house, or loads of different stuff. And it was all true. And it was more of a test at the time, just to see how it works. And it wasn't, I've never been so bothered like, look what I could do. It was more to get them to realise that it's possible. And yeah, so you sort of got to ask yourself, well, how do I know that? If I'm part of this physical body, how do I know, or how can I dip into something that happened to this bloke when he was younger. Or, for example, my mum, she had an experience, I can't remember what time it was when the Olympics were on a few years ago.
Tell us about that.
She watched something that wasn't on until live 2 days later. 3 hours of TV. She sat up all at night watching it. Told my dad the next day that the blonde woman won on the Olympics. And my dad went on to tell her it couldn't have. It ain't on until live tomorrow. And she says, well, I bloody watched it. And anyway, the next day or 2 days later, they watched it live. And my mum ended up commentating moment by moment the next 3 hours before it happened. So how can I pick up on something?
Isn't it? Sorry, that's like time travel.
Yeah, but it's outside of you.
Mm-hmm.
It's outside of you. Like you're picking up on stuff outside of you that's not you, that's not in your physical body. You know, you're witnessing and picking up. Or for example, you would talk to someone about someone who's passed away, and you talk about ailments or certain feelings or things that the person had wrong with them. You know it because you get given the feeling to feel yourself very slightly, or you'll get a slightly heady feeling. You'll think, oh, the person had they suffered with headaches, for example, or extreme headaches. You could be willy-nilly and say, well, everyone does, but it would be stuff that was very prominent, like someone who would suffer with a particular thing often. So you'd put that across to them, and then they'd end up saying, yeah. Well, how do you know that?
Basically, you're clairsentient because you feel. But the thing is, you're an empath and you're clairsentient. How does it make you feel when you know all this incredible stuff and people can't take it on board? It must really frustrate you.
I suppose that's been part of the thing, really. Part of the I don't like using the word problem, but I suppose in the past that's been part of the problem, and even to a degree now, it can be like that. For example, I remember having one morning where I felt absolutely rubbish. I felt terrible, and I remember saying to my partner, I want to get up. I mean, she knows what I'm about and what I do, so she sort of rides along with it. I remember saying to her one morning, "Oh, get away from me!" And I just said to her, she was sat opposite me, and I said, "I just want to push you and push you and push you away." I mean, that's a negative experience in a way, perceived negative. And I remember saying to her, I want to push you, and I want to just keep pushing you away, like pushing. And then like half hour later, my brother phones up and says that his girlfriend's just give birth. So what happens when you're giving birth? The mum really just wants to push that baby out. Or I had it where I felt terrible, really terrible, and then I was told that my mum and dad said their dog had died. It's just, I mean, people could say, oh, well, you could say that for anything, but I've had it where I remember a particular day saying, oh, I felt really trapped, really trapped inside myself. It was a suffocating feeling, and someone went on, I don't have a TV, so I don't watch the news, and I don't want to. A friend of mine told me, oh, well, a load of Chinese people were in a lorry. They stuck in a lorry, suffocated. So it's almost like the more you connect yourself or become aware of your connection with everything, the more you feel everything. But then consciousness is a broad thing. Like I said, if I picked up from stuff in the past, my mum's picked up from stuff in the future, then that goes to show that future at some level already exists because she's experienced it before it happened. And that goes to say, well, if stuff in the future has already happened, and my mum's picked up on it through a visual element and watched it visually, who's to say you can't pick up and experience the sensation and feelings of things before they happen? So sometimes you experience stuff that have got nothing to do with your direct life, yet you're experiencing it, but then you'll sit there and you may associate that feeling with something that's going on in your life.
Because we're all connected.
Yeah.
Basically connected. And I mean, I've had experiences like that. I knew my mum had died. It was very strange. I just did an audition for Britain's Got Talent, I think, and for some, I sang You'll Never Walk Alone, which was my mum's favourite song. And then I walked out of there, and I just knew my mum died. I knew.
Yeah.
And my husband called me and said, Mum just died. It's like, I know what you mean. You pick stuff up, you feel a bit, because you're an empath and because we're all so connected. So it's very interesting what you said about people do get that. You know, we can't control the emotions that we get. So if you feel when you're around Giselle, or if anybody is around someone, I don't want to be here, I don't want them here, I want to push them away, something's coming up, they're mirroring, they're showing you something as well about yourself that you can't deal with. Maybe they're trying to wake something up inside you.
Yeah.
So
Sometimes
how do you use that for people? As I say, a lot of people who are waking up are going to start feeling triggered all over the place. I mean, look at it. Look at what the news is throwing at them. There's confusion. There's everything's coming up at the same time. So what would be your advice to people, newly awakened people that are getting triggered all over the place? Because you and I know how that feels. I know how I deal with it. How do you deal with it?
Going back to what I started talking about earlier, I suppose, using modalities, but me, I'm all about like using your own. Like your body knows how you need to deal with something. Your body's got its own sort of conscious intelligence. It knows how to get you out of something, but you've got to ask it. It's almost like it's a lesson for you, and it's a lesson for you to go through to experience how you're going to deal with something, and it won't help you until you've decided you want that help, because it's a lesson, and it is a lesson about how you're going to react to something. It must be, because I can't see evolution quite being the case, because if the future's already happened, there's nothing to evolve to. So it's almost like you're not going to really change anything, but you can change. With the future's already happened, how can you change it? But you can change your perception of things. It's such a vast thing. Once you start getting into consciousness, it's deep land. But just from that one aspect, I mean, this isn't the absolute truth what I'm saying, because there's a whole other different areas or ways of looking at it. But for example, if something's already happened and you can't, it's going to happen the way it's going to happen. You can't change how it's going to happen, but you can change how you perceive it, and by changing it and how you feel and experience it. So for example, I'm having a certain thing happen. I call it like an echo in time, basically. That's always going to happen, but each time you sort of deal with it in a different way. So for example, something comes up which triggers a certain feeling in me, and which my neurology knows that particular feeling and links that with other past stuff. Then I'll start going into a whole extreme of all different experiences, and it will all get out of hand. Oh, feelings of self, everything, any memory or anything related to that particular negative feeling will start shooting off in my head. And then it becomes a whole load of different stuff. And then I start attaching that to do with all stories in my head. But that's when you start going into your head, into thought patterns. So the best way is to get out of that is to go into a moment. And the best way to go into the moment for me is almost like an internal NLP in the basis of like neuro-linguistic programming, which is you stop that neural pathway before it like goes crazy. And the best way to do that,
is that where your music comes in?
For me, yeah, because music, when I do music, I'm so in the music, I'm not thinking anymore. It's just purely about feeling. And then I can also, if I've got a negative feeling, I channel that into the music. And then by channeling it into the music, I sort of not only stop that particular feeling, I use it to feed. It's almost like energy is energy, and I'll use that emotion to feed whatever music I'm creating. And I always have it in my head that whatever I'm creating is positive. So even if I'm having a negative feeling, it's going to be used to create a positive outcome.
Yeah. So is that the answer, Paul, to find your talents and your
I think
creativity,
so.
to be able to deal with these blocks and
Well, a lot of the blocks,
or these emotional things
yeah.
coming up?
Oh, I'm butting in, didn't I? It almost comes like full circle. It's like the very things that give you your issues are the very thing that you use to get out the issues, which is all about self-expression. It's basically we're learning to completely express and embody our absolute pure being, which is when in present moment being is being yourself and expressing yourself exactly how you need to in the most productive, positive way possible. And if you don't do that, you feel stagnant. And then because you feel stagnant, you feel resentful. Then you get annoyed at people. Then you project it because maybe people who do that. And you'll feel jealous. Then you'll feel upset because and then it goes on. It just goes in a vicious circle. So be yourself as much as possible, and which then goes on to what it is I do with being yourself. The whole idea of what I do is sort of getting people to go into their intuition, to learn about themselves, to feel what they feel inside, to let up all of the rubbish that isn't them, which has created blocks in them. And once they let that out, then it almost sort of, as they let the stuff out that's blocking them, it's almost like their real self is tethered behind it, and that comes through afterwards. So they've unblocked all of that stuff, all that stagnancy, all that conditioning, all of that repression. Then the real them can come through. But then you've got to work on. Then they may have like embarrassments, they may have fears. So it's about getting them back into their body, out of their head, which is saying and thinking fear, thinking embarrassment, thinking about, oh, what about this, what about that? Stay in your body, stay in your breath, get out of your mind and just express and feel and be and do. And then the more they nourish that, the more they tend to that, the more they strengthen and empower that until it becomes a natural thing to be themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, what I love about your work is it's very similar to the way I work, as you say, because people are different and everyone needs something different. So you have the music, which is part of an aspect that you work with, and then you work with light and sound and vibrations. But I love when you combine everything together and you do your medicine man thing that I call, your shaman thing, where you literally heal using the light, the sound, the vibrations, the singing. You go up and down the chakras, and it's just an incredible experience. But so how do you feel about using that with people, different types of people? How can you use all those incredible skills and talents? Because as we say, different people are different and unique. And so how can you, the word I'm looking for is, how can you create something that is going to be effective for everyone, but maybe in a different way? Do you know what I mean? Like, tailor it. How can you tailor it?
Well, this is
That's what I'm trying to ask.
This is exactly what my whole emphasis of tailoring and intuition with people. When you're, I don't want to teach, I want to hold space for allowing people to find their own technique. So it's about, and I call it biodynamics. I've sort of labelled it and called it. It's like the word
biodynamics. Did you say?
Biodynamics. It's a bit of a word
What
play.
does that mean?
A bit of a word play of bio, which you've got. Bio means life. You know when you've got about biology, biochemical, biophysical, like everything comes under that term bio. Bio means life, basically. And to me, life stands for, the LIFE. For me, is logical, intuitive information for everyone. Logical and intuitive, because they've both got the yin yang thing. They've both got their for everyone, and everyone's got it within them. So my whole emphasis is to get people into exploring and becoming aware of their own self modalities, which is the whole process of it. Everyone's got it in them. Everyone's connected to the same source. Everyone's got that intelligence, that consciousness in them. So everyone's got their own way of doing things. And that was for years. I wasn't happy with everything, with anything, because I thought, I don't like that. I don't want to do that because I don't just like doing that. I'll read a book and think, loads of people I know, they'll read a book and then they can't match everything in that book and they'll get frustrated and think there's something wrong with them. And then they'll get onto another book and do the same thing and think, well, maybe you're supposed to just take a little bit from that book, a little bit from that, a little bit from that person, because that's what you need. Because you're not just that, you're not their story. When someone shares, if I was to share a book called Dynamics by Paul McDonald, that's not going to resonate with everyone. Because that's as a whole thing, that's my thing. But I'm going to share that to inspire other people. But then they may take 2 pages out of it, which they need. They may take 2 pages out of a Tony Robbins book, 2 pages out of an inspiration from your material. And that, what's the book you're in?
To stay sane. Oh, sorry, Simply Amazing.
Simply Amazing. That's the one. Let's plug it. Okay.
They sell it at the shop. Don't worry, I already told people.
I'll tell them again. So people like.
Chapter 8.
But that way you're formulating. That's what we all do. We take little bits of information, take stuff, and we accumulate our own belief system. And it is our belief system. You could say it could be others, but you're taking a reflection of what you believe. But you don't have to be everything. You don't have to resonate completely everything with like Muji or with Dr. Wayne Dyer or this and that. You get inspired to what you get inspired with, and anything outside of that isn't meant for you. And there's nothing wrong with that. You need to find you're okay with what you want, and don't think you've got to be this person or be that structure. It's basically about helping people find their own sort of self-tailoring.
So you basically see people holistically. You're looking at their mind, their body, their spirit, their stress levels, their past. When they can see you, because your intuition is so strong, you probably already see them and you think, oh, I know what that person needs. I know, because you've got such a strong intuition already.
This is the thing with like there's stuff I want to do on group level, which is the biodynamic stuff, which are group classes, but that's different. That's a group thing. We can do one-to-one. But when it comes to like a hands-on therapy or session, it's always completely different. And I always like the idea. I don't like going with a set modality because that isn't always good. I want to be completely present with what consciousness needs at that time and moment. And you can't get any more focused and stronger than the conscious flow and needs of what the person needs at that particular time. And if you stay open, I've practiced and got certifications in Reiki and other things, but they may need more than that. So I just allow myself over the years to grow open to as many different healing modalities, which my body naturally is capable of doing. And so I allow myself just to be an open reflection of what they need, an open channel of completely what they need. And I won't distinguish, or I won't, what's the word I'm using? I won't put anything aside. For example, someone may come in and they're different to the person who came in half an hour ago, and the format would be slightly different. There may be someone who comes in for some healing, and I'll use, and I always ask people, what number do you want? What light do you want? And I ask them to go with their intuition, because their intuition knows what they need.
This is the bed.
Yeah, this is all of it. You've got 3 different sectors. You've got the light, the lucid light. You've got the vibroacoustic therapy bed, and you've got the music that I do and the healing that I do. They're all separate things, but people can have them all together.
It's a water bed. It's a water bed. It's conducive.
You've got the vibroacoustic therapy is basically, like you said, it's a water bed, but it's a heated water bed. So you really penetrate you. I mean, like you said,
it's lovely and warm.
It's lovely, and you've got that floaty feeling. It's almost like a dry flotation tank. It's a dry flotation tank, but it's even more different because you've got the wobble in it. When you're in a tank, you're in the water, but this thing you're on top of the water, so you've got that.
Yeah. Because when you go into flotation tank, you could be, if you're claustrophobic. I can't go in one of those because if you're claustrophobic, it's a bit scary. But when you lie on that bed, you're just in a room and it's wide open, so there's nothing to be worried about. So.
Exactly, and you don't get wet. Yeah, you don't have to be in the dark, and it's a slightly different feeling as well. And the fact you can't. Well, I suppose you can have vibration in the tank, but it's vibration the vibration that's the most important thing. You're getting it's basic, so it's a vibroacoustic table. So you've got a vibroacoustic table where you've got the sound coming through vibration, and the bed is made out of a very acoustic wood that really carries the vibration. Then on top of the bed, you've got a liquid water bed. Or liquid water bed. It is liquid. You've got the heated water bed, which they call the liquid sound bed, and that. So you think you're on that bed, it's warm, it's already penetrating the body anyway. It sort of wraps itself around you because you're sinking into it a bit, and then the vibration comes through, and it carries that vibration out. That your skin is your biggest organ. It's one big organism all over your body, and it is an organ. So you think every part of your skin is taken in and being penetrated by that particular vibration, and that could be any vibration. That could be for anxiety. That could be for invigoration, because it's the vibration that, in particular, what you need is the main thing. So not only do you feel relaxed through the general vibratory experience, you also get that particular vibration which you've chose. And there's different vibrations. There's different frequencies. Some of them are for confidence, some are for focus, some for empowerment. So your body's being penetrated and with that particular frequency of vibration, which is a particular brainwave state.
So, you're in very good company because President Trump is talking a lot, particularly about light and how healing light can be. So can you explain to us, how does the light and sound work? I mean, why does it work? What's the principle behind it?
It basically works on changing or creating a particular brainwave pattern, a particular brainwave, like you've got a brainwave state. Like you've got Schumann frequency, which is what the Earth resonates at, what they call the Schumann frequency. I can't remember quite what it is, 500 and something, 70.
Yeah, Jordan Safer talks a lot about
and maybe I'm wrong about the particular resonance, but it's easy enough to look it up if you Google it, the Schumann frequency. And the Earth vibrates at that particular frequency, and our hearts should match that particular frequency. But there's so many electrical appliances and things and electromagnetic things going on with phones and with a lot of stuff that we do need to a degree. But as is everything, you've got the negative and positive. And what it's done is it's took us out of our natural vibrational state. Even women who wear high heel shoes, you're not connecting so much with the vibration of the earth. If you're walking barefoot, you feel more connection with the earth because you've got the electromagnetism. You're closer. Your skin has got that. You've got the electronics in your skin. You connect with the earth. And when you look at like deer and animal when they're out in the field, they're so content. We always look at deers and animals and you think, how can they be happy just sat there in the field? Well, because they're not in their head. They're just
cats. You just have to look at them. Yeah. Sleep all the time.
Because they're connected. They're out barefoot. More so wild animals because they're connected barefoot with nature, with the earth. Okay. And then you've got the core of the earth, which is a magnetic part of nature that basically draws them down into the hertz, the heartbeat.
So it grounds. So basically, you're saying that the light and the sound keeps you more grounded, more connected to the earth.
it can do whatever you.
Feel better in the body.
Well, it can do whatever you need, really, because it creates particular frequencies. So you can have ones for either focusing, because they've obviously, the person who's created these particular technologies, they've worked out through testing and through experience, I suppose. They've worked out what particular, for example, when someone's focused, that may be a particular frequency. Or when someone's more receptive, that's a hypnagogic state. And a hypnagogic state, I think, don't hold me on this, is it may be the theta state. You've got alpha, theta.
All right. So you got into trance in some way, and then the body can relax a lot more. So what conditions can you heal? I'm not saying healing. What conditions can you support with the light and sounds?
Anxiety.
What you say?
You can help anxiety because you can relax people. The breathing gets more relaxed. The mind slows down. They're in a more relaxed, meditative state where they can just go into their body and get out of their mind, which is a massive thing for some people. Some people who may have insomnia. Insomnia is generally just where the body's holding on to so much stress. They can't sleep because their subconscious is screwing around with them. So again, that's linked with anxiety. It's, I suppose you have anxiety, and then after so much anxiety and stress and depression, you then get insomnia because it affects your subconscious in your sleep. So you can help with that as well, because you allow the mind to stop, which takes them into a hypnagogic, relaxed state. I mean, many people, including yourself, fall asleep on the bed because they're that relaxed. Sometimes it's awkward because you have to, obviously, if you've got various people coming after, or you've got a time limit, you've got to wake them up. But generally, I'll try and give them like 5 minutes after, as if they do fall asleep. I think I'll let their body really take the nourishment. But then they find that they get better sleep that evening because their body's still in that relaxed state. I think you yourself said the same thing. You've got someone who wanted more focus. This person was a man I know who helps people with logistics, helps people, coaches them on business, and he had a go on it, and he went on a particular setting which was for focus, and he was feeling a bit tired, a bit foggy-headed before he went on it, and it was someone who was actually helping us on a business program, and he went and had a go, and then he come out, and then afterwards he said he felt a lot more sharper, a lot more focused. There's a particular brainwave state for that, which is a very, I don't know if it's stimulating, but it was just a focused one. Then you've got other ones which are good for affirmations, and it was a lady we know. She works for a brand which they sell stuff. They want to sell the brand, so they need to really talk the brand to people, but they need to have a lot of confidence for it. I think she worked, I can't remember what company it was for. It was either something like Arborn or Tropic or the one with that cactus. I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, that doesn't matter. And she wanted to become a manager, and she said, I want to just have more confidence. And I said, is there anything you would like me to say to you? Because it's one for affirmations, which for affirmations, it's basically you're more receptive. Your brain state is more receptive for you for believing something and for creating a certain thought pattern in your head. Hence why it says it's good for affirmations on this particular program. So I asked her, is there anything you want me as you're on the bed, your subconscious is going to be more receptive so I can plant seeds. So is there any particular sentence or word you want me to keep suggesting to you? And she said, I want you to keep calling me a diamond manager. I think I went a little bit further than that. I sort of really hyped it up and
you're in trance, basically. Sorry, Paul, you're going into trance.
Yeah.
Of course, the subconscious is going to be to taking on new ideas.
It's the subconscious, which is the overruling thing a lot of the time. Of seeding and rewiring and changing and planting positive stuff in their subconscious, which it did. And I kept saying, you're a diamond manager, see yourself doing this, see yourself feeling this way. I really went into it with her while she was on the light. And I also had the music for this particular one. There's the music I do as well. And the music was a very uplifting, epic type music. You know, the sort of music you get on one of these life coaching videos where it's like just uplifting.
And you compose all of this yourself?
Yeah, I create the music as well, which was sequences.
And you sing?
Yeah.
Sometimes.
The different things, again, a bit like the light, I'll do it for different things. I've got stuff that's for bringing up emotion, stuff that's good for invigoration, stuff that's good for putting you in a real spaced out. Some people just want a spacey experience, something out of this world. So stuff for that. There's some more dense, tense music, which is good for putting people into their fear zone so they can really go into their fear and get past it. And it's, but they'll only get what they need. I'll only give what they need. And the second will bring about exactly what people need individually.
That was kind of leading to the next question, which we kind of talked about the other day, is because I feel that when I've gone on there in distress last year, you know, when I had a lot of grief and stuff, after the session, I was completely detached. I felt amazing. But then even if I came off the bed and I didn't feel like that, then I know I can deal with it because I know it's healing. So what would you say to someone who is going through mental health issues? Is there a way to prepare them that they may have what you call, like, you know, the Hexmeister thing, where you get side effect, you can get a healing crisis. I'm probably saying it completely wrong. A healing crisis. Like when you go, you can have reflexology or acupuncture, and then for a few days later, you may not feel that good because your body's adjusting and everything's coming up. So if you've got, like, as I'm saying, new people who have anxiety or mental health issues, is it possible that they may get a healing crisis after using the bed? And if so, what would you be your suggestion? How do they do it?
Completely possible, because with any healing modality, sometimes you can have something that can be great at the time, but it brings stuff up which needs to come up, that repressed stuff which subconsciously sabotages things. So it's like, you could say, oh, I don't want to go on it then, I'm a bit fearful of that, but do you want subconscious stuff ruling your life, or do you want it up and out the way? It can hurt, but it's a worthy, it's worth going through. And this is where the biodynamic stuff comes into. The biodynamic stuff, for example, it cuts into that. So that would bring stuff up. You'll have hurt. For example, not saying it always does, but for example, one case, if it brings something up, you're feeling disharmonious, you're not feeling great, you're feeling painful. Well, then you want to channel that negative energy that you may be feeling and transmute it into something positive, and at the same time you want to change the neurology that's attached to that particular emotion that is brought up. So you're not suppressing it, you're actually using it to feed something creative and expressive. And what I do is with the biodynamic stuff is basically sound and movement, and just really allowing you to go in the moment. For example, you're not feeling great, so you go into your breath, and then you just ask your body to respond and do whatever it needs to do. And it may be particular movements, it may be this, but don't question it, you just go with it. And we've got an electromagnetic field around the body which they call a biofield, and that's connected. It's different. You've got about 7 of these different fields, and they're all different electromagnetic fields, and they're related to do with different chakras in the body. And if it's something that's come up where you've got issues to do with communication, that would be your throat, for example. So that would be to do you either you don't communicate enough, or no one listens to you, or you talk too much and but people won't listen. Anything to do with communication issues. That could be stemming from stuff from when you were younger, where someone didn't listen to you when you were 4 years old, and that stuck with you, and then that ends up carrying on a pattern. And then that may be build up and build up and build up, and then when you go on the light or go have a particular healing modality, that brings that up because it needs to come up to be cleared. So you're feeling that particular communication issue. So it may be you need to, for example, you need to clear that through sound. And you just allow yourself to do it. So the whole idea is you just coach people into allowing their body to move in a way that it just needs to move. You may feel like you need to just go, oh, or do that particular tone. Go with it. It may change. You may feel like doing any type of movement. It may not even be a movement. You may suddenly, as long as you're asking your intuition may say, well, start to, I don't know, draw circles on a piece of paper. Just go and do it. Don't question
Creativity.
Just go and do it. And don't question it. Just go and do it. And then by doing it, you're getting your it's almost like NLP. You're getting your brain out of what the negative thought pattern. But you're not suppressing the emotion. You're actually, it's almost like you're letting it out through the activity. Because this is the idea of it, but you're changing the neurological process that attaches to it because you're focusing it and releasing at the same time. So it's 2 pluses, positives. And for example, with I can't remember where I was going with that now.
We were talking about how people could deal with anything that happens after they come off the bed. But I mean, what I love about your work is you really do know what you're talking about. You really research everything. You understand it and you can really, really explain it. It's so important, you know.
Funny you say that. Some people, like, sometimes it's people get lost in the science of it all. It's almost like some people may understand the way I put it, but other people may get lost.
I think the way you put it today is actually quite down to earth.
Yeah, and it's almost, it's quite simple, I suppose. I'm just trying to give it the full explanation of it, but it's just go with an intuitive feeling. All the time, if you feel like you want more energy, ask your body to give you what you need for that and allow your body to respond in whatever way it wants to. But this is where people get stuck, because it may be that they want to sit, their body may want to respond in coming out of real high-pitched noises, but I don't want to do that. What are people going to think of me?
Again, we're coming back to what are people going to think? And we do need to let go of that. That is one of the biggest things we need to let go of, because in order to heal, I remember a couple of weeks ago when this lockdown started, and I decided to sit with myself and I was meditating. And the first voice that came up was someone in my family, my sister. And it was, oh, why are you doing that? You know, go and get a job, do this, you know, whatever. And I thought, okay, I get it now. It's someone put this into me and kept going on and on and on at me. And I thought, well, no, I'm not interested. I'm just going to put that aside. I have a right to feel my feelings. I have a right to let this come up. This is my life, not their life. And I think that's what you've got to do now. You've got to let it all come up.
You just got to do it. And this is why the centre is, the whole idea is it's out in the middle of the countryside. We're not in a high street anywhere. We're out in the middle of nowhere. So we've got nature all around us. And in the hall, it really echoes. Really echoes. So you get that good biofeedback. So if you let out something, you get to feel the echo that makes it even stronger. So you really feel what you've let out, and that seems to add to it. And it's a place you can do that. If you've got nowhere where you can't go out in the middle of a field because everyone walks their dogs, and because at the moment it seems odd, doesn't it, in general society, for someone to be out screaming in the field. You can't do it at home because you don't want to scare your kid or your toddler, because you can't explain it to them, because you just can't, because they associate screaming with pain or with being attacked or whatever. So you need somewhere where you can feel safe enough to completely let go. That's what the Positivity Centre was primarily for, is for you to be able to have somewhere where you can release. I don't care what comes out. I want people to release what they need to release. And if that's a scream at the top of their head, do it.
It's amazing what you're doing. It's a freedom to be able to do that. And
Yeah.
sorry to stop you there, but I was also thinking about if we go back to childhood, when I watch you with Willow and you let her be herself, you know, as a parent, it's just amazing to be able to let a child be themselves, feel their feelings, because that's your way of you and Cecile
Yeah.
of parenting, I presume.
Well, she certainly does. It was a bit like, again, like we were talking about the other day. She in the middle of the night, she'll scream, she'll wake up and she will release. And a bit like, again, what Mick was suggesting, because she does it, kids do it more in the middle of the night. They call it night terrors, but it's more they're in you're in a more of a relaxed state. So all that subconscious stuff, all that collective consciousness stuff that we all pick up on, you're filtering it out. And at night, she's in such a relaxed state, it comes up. I think that's what happens. And she releases. I mean, you can't even, the sound is so raw and she projects it. She purposely, she's doing it to release.
Does she feel better in the morning, do you think, after that?
She feels better straight after she's done it. She feels better straight after she's done it. If it'd be like 2 o'clock in the morning, she'll do it. And sometimes you're like, at the beginning, we panic and think, oh God, something's going on, or she's not well, or, you know, you can even think, oh, she's possessed, because it's that like strong. But it is just they've got their bodies in such a deep sleep, relaxed state. Whatever needs to surface, their body, it needs to come up and come out from the subconscious. That when they're asleep, the subconscious wakes up and it allows them to click into that place which lets out that repressed subconscious stuff, and the collective consciousness stuff as well, which what we're dipping into more and more now. So it's not just her stuff; she's filtering out what she's picking up on from the the collective consciousness. And if you don't have that releasement, you go mad. I mean, that's what dreams are for. If you don't dream, dreams are there to basically play out fears, play out stuff. That's why you get the dreams where you're running, and because you're feeling that inside. The dream almost gives you some sort of releasement by doing that in the dream. Because we may be stuck in our life, we can't do it. So, but when she does have these episodes afterwards, she has a little cry, because it's a lot of energy, I think, that she's releasing.
It's scary for her.
It's not comfortable, but she lets it out. And there's no point me stopping that. Why do I want to block that? Or why do I want to tell her, don't do that? Because I'm the creator. I'm then going to create a repressed problem, and then she will repress her emotions.
Yeah.
Well, why not do it? Let it come out. If it's when you sit there and when you like, I went out in the field recently and I let out a lot. It was a very windy day, and I thought, I'm just, because we got a private field on the land we're on, so I can do that. And I go right to the end, and I'm only facing the trees, so no one can hear, and the sound's directed at the trees. The trees soak it all up, and they do what's best with it because they're nature. But I really let out every gut raw emotion I can let out. Sometimes it sounds like a war cry, or it sounds like I'm being murdered. And I can really feel into everything and let it out. And sometimes it just won't stop. And I sit there and think, there's so much there that I'm hearing when I let it out. Where am I holding that in my body before I let it out? And if you don't let that out, that's a lot. Because afterwards you feel exhausted. So you've expelled so much energy. If I'm not expelling that, where the hell is that going in my body? So every single person that can't go out and expel that energy that they take in, they get irritated at work all day, their boss will annoy them, they'll feel annoyed because they're not happy with what they're doing, because they're repressed, they're not happy with this, and they hold it all in, that's going to end up manifesting as a heart problem or this problem or that problem, because it's energy and we're made up of energy. We're energy beings. Our cells are just energy. Atoms that we are made up of are just energy. And if you hold all that energy in and that's not coming out, and you don't have any way of letting it out, I mean, what is that going to do? What effect is that going to have on the body?
Exactly.
What effect is that going to have in the atmosphere in the house? An atmosphere, that the words say, oh, atoms, sphere, circle, radiance. If you're in your house and you're feeling that much energy inside you, you're going to some degree, your electromagnetic field of your body is going to resonate that energy, and then people in the house are going to pick up on it, and then they'll reflect it back. And then you won't like what they're reflecting back at you for you to feel, to notice it. And unless you notice it, you're just going to keep getting it reflected at you. And then you're going to affect everyone around you. They're going to affect you. And it's just going to become a mess. Because everyone's repressing stuff because they're too scared of what people will think.
Yeah.
It needs to be released. We need to express ourselves. It's all about letting go and letting out. It's either releasing what you've got in you, which is stagnant energy, repressed stuff, emotions that need to come out, and also releasing and expressing your natural gifts. Both of them, if you don't release them or you don't express it, you're screwed. But you're screwing yourself. You literally are.
This is what you're bringing together at the Positivity Centre.
Yeah, we're basically a space where
do it in a safe way.
A space where people can release years worth of stagnant rubbish which they've stored up in their liver, they're everywhere. You can release it, to learn about it, to learn about how the different chakras, how the different energy points, how the different organs, how everything's interconnected, and how repressed stuff affects the body. So they're learning, they can come to release, and they can also come and learn how to be themselves and express themselves.
And you know what, Paul, also what I love about this is you're a multi-dimensional human being, or you're a multi-dimensional being like I am. You can't be stuck in just one thing or another. When you're called to do your music, you do your music. When you're called to do the healing, you do the healing. And the same, everyone needs to tap into themselves and find out what it is that puts them together. You know, you don't have to be stuck in one thing or another. And I really do. I feel that that's the beauty of it, is you've brought it all to one space in the Positivity Centre. People can even go there once the lockdown is over, and they can have the best ever old chocolates and, you know, things like that, and buy these good. I was showing before the crystals that you sell, and all the beautiful things, of course, simply amazing. There we go again, chapter 8, and the cards, and you know, it's also a really good place to meet people. I've made some extraordinary friends through yours.
This is the thing, yeah. You've got like-minded people that support you in doing it, and we've got the library as well, which is, I can't remember the name of the lovely fella. You might know him, the bald bloke who goes to Janine's Mind Body Spirit fairs.
Oh, Doug Buckingham?
No, another chap, Nigel. A tall chap. Anyway, there's a lovely chap who donated loads of books to us, all different holistic health, alternative health, natural alternatives, I won't say alternative, integrative stuff, because they should all be integrated together. Even aspects of mainstream, they need to be acknowledged that they do work, but you need to be holistic. And the library is basically all of that. And there's so many different things to different like types of people, shamanic-minded people, life coaches. There's so much for people that they can come and look at. Come and sit in the cafe once this is all over. Come and have a drink, meet like-minded people. If there's nothing going on in the hall, go in there and dance if you need to dance. Shout if you need to shout. Let it out. Do whatever you need to do. Yeah, or booking a therapy on the bed, hypnagogic light. It's all there basically. We've got everything there to help people be themselves, to let go. I sort of break it down. You've got we offer pre-medicinal services, which is like the biodynamic sort of stuff, where you're helping people be themselves so they don't get in a disharmonious state. But then we've also got the stuff there, which is the therapies and the treatments to help people who are already past that, people who need to release stuff. So you've got pre-medicinal activities and post-medicinal treatments to help people get into a place where they can then start to incorporate the pre-medicinal activities to stop them getting disharmonious again, to allow them to keep their body free flowing, their expression free flowing on a holistic scale, emotionally, mentally, physically, which is for the yoga, the meditation for the mind and the emotions. But then again, it all dips into every other one, which is holistic.
Exactly. This has been an extraordinary interview. So much, such exciting stuff, and I see you becoming more and more relaxed, which is great. Just before we go, I want you to touch on another really strong aspect of you and what you believe in, and that is about extraterrestrial light beings and aliens, because you seem to do a lot of research around that. I know you've been reading Shapiro's book about that. So can you just tell us a little bit about that? What are your beliefs around extraterrestrials and light beings?
I believe, or everything is light. We're light beings, and I believe we live on a planet in the middle of space. We live on it's almost laughable to think there is another life. For example, it's like
rock from the sun.
yeah, well, we're at one solar system in a galaxy. You've got thousands of solar systems in one galaxy, and then you've got, well, I say thousands. You've got a hell of a lot of solar systems, hundreds of thousands in one galaxy, and you've got hundreds and thousands of galaxies in a universe, and then you've got multiverses. I mean, it's just space is infinite. You've got suns that make our sun look like a marble in other galaxies. That just goes to show you the extremes and size of how big and expansive existence and life is outside of this bloody planet. I mean, it's just mind-blowing. And to say there's not life out there, it would just be silly. And I think this planet come about through explosions, come about through flying things out in space that formed what we are. So we are going to have our DNA, the very makeup of this planet, is going to have attributes and ingredients from all over the cosmos. And I think even though there's stuff outside, we're a reflection of that as well. And I think in our DNA, we hold so many different aspects of other beings and other intelligences. We hold that within us. And I think the more you become aware of your consciousness, the more you're becoming aware of your connection with the consciousness throughout time and space and the cosmos, and you're dipping into into that within your DNA. And so some people say that they're channeling extraterrestrial life. I think you are, but it's in you as well, because you've got aspects of what was out of space in you. We are space dust.
Yeah.
Planet space dust.
Space dust, I love it. So what happens? I mean, just to finish the interview, it sounds like you basically do everything. You do loads of things, you know, and it sounds so exciting. You've got a wide experience of different types of healing, music, all sorts of stuff that you're bringing together into the Positivity Center. Is there anything yet that you haven't done that you still want to do? Because you'll do it, obviously. What is there anything yet that you don't feel that you've tapped into yet that you're still?
It's more of a case of how I want a place to evolve. Like, I like the whole idea of making general life a healing activity, or to just, how would you put it? Like, I love the whole idea of just having, like, my idea of a positivity centre, what I really want, if I had the time and the money and the space and the grounds and the buildings and the tools, would be to have a place where everything is going on, where there's a dance area with different time-located different genres of music, you know, to suit different people, so they know at a particular time they can go and they've got that going on. meditation area, an art area, making music area, Tai Chi area, or just gardening, learning, or everything going on. And you could say, well, that's life, that happens, that's a high street, for example. But this particular place is everything is coming from, with the emphasis of really mindful, really loving, really cooperating with each other. So it's almost in everything good and bringing in one place.
Sorry, do you mean like some kind of living commune where everything's available all the time?
Yeah, everything's available all the time. It's like, why do I need to wait once a month to go and I can dance at home. I can put music on and dance at home, but I want somewhere where I can go and dance with other people. That I could I don't want to wait until a Friday night. I don't want to wait until a Saturday. And why is it always at night? There's a great thing called Morning Gloryville, which they do morning raves in London. But even that, they're like once a month, for example. I'm not quite sure how often. It needs to be able to somewhere where you can go all the time. It'd be nice to have somewhere where you could say, I want to go and do that today. And I know there's going to be like-minded people that are there completely moving and express themselves how they want. Or I want to go to a cacao ceremony that's constantly going on. I want a place where I can go where there's constantly going on, it's constantly available. Or the art, somewhere where I can go and do art and the equipment's all there, where I can just do it whenever I want. Shouldn't have to have time zones for it. There should be somewhere where you can do it all the time.
Exactly.
And that
sorry, go on.
It should have that availability and freedom.
Yes. But what about, do you ever offer like, because sometimes, I mean, I personally feel that it's nice to be able to offer all the services to everyone. And I'm hoping that once the awakening means that people will be able to do whatever they want with their lives, and that to a certain extent, yes, money is a good thing, but that there would be more equality in that way. So how would you feel about that? Do you offer anything on donation? I know you do offer on donations, and you do like that occasionally. But if
I used to, and no one really. We used to have a healing, but no one used to come. It was almost like people, unless it was paid for, they didn't see there was any worth in it. And I see that as a thing in the future more, but I think there's a long time until we're going to get to that, because we're having to move from one system to each other. And what's happening at the moment maybe is a precursor to that. With this lockdown, things are going to change drastically. People's lifestyles have changed drastically. Everything's changed drastically. The economy and money, everything's changed. But I still think it's not quite there at the moment. I don't know how it's going to get there. I think for me, my personal focus for me right now is I'm sort of sticking to just change in ways I can change at the moment. I love the whole non-monetary system, but at the moment I have to having to work in the current system to do all we can do, and it just so happens we have rent to pay, we need to make a living.
Yes.
And hopefully things do change. Like, for example, I have an allotment where we grow our own vegetables. And if everyone starts doing that more and it gets advocated doing that more, and if everyone was to eat not everyone can, because you've got different diets, but most people can live off a vegetarian diet or a vegan diet. Most people, not everyone, for different reasons.
I can't do pure vegan. Not pure vegan. I can't do pure vegan.
No, but this is what I'm saying. But for example, you eat vegetables, or the vegetables that people eat. Some people are allergic to certain stuff, but predominantly most people can eat vegetables. And on a shopping list, that's a big portion of money. And we shouldn't really be eating processed food. So we really want homegrown, holistic stuff. So even if you do eat meat or you do eat dairy, You're going to have your vegetables with it, but you don't want to have stuff that's processed because it's not good for you. You want grown stuff, you want real food, and a big portion of that you can grow yourself. So that already would dramatically reduce the amount of expenditure you have to spend out every week, and that would dramatically reduce the amount of plastic and waste that comes with shops and supermarkets. So you're already getting towards not needing so much money. So if everyone was to grow their food more, and if we imagine if they were like massive communal, this is my idea. This would be a great space to have a great big allotment where you've got people there that are growing the food. You've got people there that are cooking with the food from last year, feeding those who are growing the food for them for the next year. And you've got people there who are good at music, entertaining the people that are cooking and the people that are gardening.
That's wonderful.
You've got like, that'd be brilliant. And then you could have it where you have a little dance area, so you have a time allotted spaces where you go and do your bit, then you go and you have a little dance, eat, listen to the music, then it's like sort of a little rotation, but it's done in such a beautiful way. But to me, that's society, how society should be. There's a great film, I can't remember the name of it. It's called In the Green Grass or something like that. It's a French movie that talks about this sort of utopia like that. Imagine that.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to go back more to living like that, and the big awakening that's happening.
It's happening. I think with this lockdown, the amount of people that our centre's in the middle of the country, well, not in the middle of it, it's just outside of the town. So we're in the countryside or on the edges of it, and we don't hardly see people walk past. And the amount of people that we've seen riding past, walking past, and the amount of people that I've seen on Facebook sharing stuff that they've had to get creative because they've had nothing to do.
Yeah.
They're trying all sorts out there, learning to garden. They're learning to, like, we've started this year eating stuff off of the land more, which is naturally there, like stinging nettles and dandelions. These things are great for us. And apparently,
you just pick them and cook them, don't you?
Yeah.
Just pick them.
I'm obviously careful where I pick it from. I don't pick the lower stuff where the dogs will wee. But the reason it grows so abundant is it's nature's way of saying, here, eat me. I'm good for you. Everyone thinks it's a useless weed. It's not. God, you can do so much with it as well. With the dandelion, you can make honey. You can make creams for the face, and there's certain things in the dandelion which are good for the bones or good for the skin. You've got the leaf, which is great for eating, and you can really taste the iron in it. You can taste all the goodness in it. You can have, with stinging nettles, you have soup, or you fry it with garlic.
Wow.
It's all there.
Nettle is one of the best detoxifiers you can have, nettle.
Yeah.
Nettle detoxifies the blood. So Paul, we're coming to the end of the interview. It's been incredible. I hope that you feel that you've said everything you feel you wanted to say, or is there anything else you would like to tell the public, apart, particularly with what's going on in the world at the moment? Have you got any positive and any extra positive enlightening messages to put out there that you want to say?
At the moment, there's lots of stuff coming up collectively in the world, and a lot of the dark stuff, a lot of the stuff that was repressed either collectively or individually is coming up in us all. And it may be stuff where it then makes us feel rubbish about it. Don't feel rubbish or don't feel any judgment about it, because that will only add on top of it more negativity. Just know that rubbish is coming up. Let it out in the best way possible, channel it in the best way and express it in the best way possible. Just don't judge yourself. Don't judge. Know that there's rubbish that's happened, that's coming up, that's coming out, but just focus on the positives. Focus on the positives. Know that there's rubbish that's going on. Notice it, become aware of it, but then focus on the positives.
Okay. And how do people find you? Because you offer one-to-one healing as well, don't you?
Yeah, if you want to, either you can either email me at mcdonaldpaul04@gmail.com, or
I'll
you
put that on. If you send it to me, I'll put it on underneath
you,
so people can see.
you can find me on Facebook under Paul McDonald, or you can find the Positivity Centre on Facebook.
That's McDonald with MC, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you. And then still not sure if I'm Irish or Scottish, it's one or the other. Then you've got the website, which is www.positivitycentre.co.uk, and we're also on Instagram. There's all the information on there. Again, if you want to email me and you want to leave your email address, we can send you what's coming up or what's going on.
You have an online shop as well, don't you?
No, not at the moment.
Oh, I thought there was. You're going to have one.
We need to sort that out. The reason being, the whole idea is we wanted the place to be, I could put stuff online, but I wanted the place to be where people have to come and meet people. I'm trying to get off of line because there's so much going online. So we want to bring people sort of more into, as much as we're doing this now, we're wanting to get people face to face, real life contact.
Well, hopefully that'll happen soon.
Yeah, I believe so. Which is what we're doing, what you're doing with. It's a bit of an oxymoron sometimes, or a paradox. Like a lot of the stuff you're doing is online, but we're having to use the online stuff to start to persuade people to become more holistic and get off of this stuff. But we're using a process. It's like you're moving on TV is making people aware of other stuff, natural stuff, which is going on in life. But we're having to use what we've got and what people have got addicted to do that.
I just wanted to say that from the time I met you, I've seen such huge changes in you.
Oh, wonderful.
You're so much more advanced in your work, so much more focused. You know where you're going. It's really interesting to watch someone because, as I say, it's about 4 years now since I met you, and I feel like your confidence has gone sky high, your self-esteem, different person, and I'm absolutely honored to have you in my life. You've changed my life from top to bottom in all sorts of ways, and very, very grateful to what you and Cecile are doing. And I hope that we can put this across today. So unless you've got anything else you want to say to the public, we'll end it.
Be yourself.
Best to get the information out there.
Be yourself. Express yourself and be yourself. You're not here to be anyone else, just like garlic isn't here to be turmeric. Or Lauren isn't. You were created as you, so be you as much as possible. You need to be what you are as much as possible, otherwise you're just wasting your life away. You need to be and express what life created you, which is you. Be you as much as possible.
Is this what you teach Shannon and Summer, and obviously we're like
Yeah, but it's hard with them. You have to teach them to be themselves as much as possible, but they're still stuck. Like they might, being themselves might be being cocky to a teacher. So it's almost like you've got it's that transition thing of what people think being themselves is. Being yourself in a positive manner as much as possible, in a productive, compassionate manner as much as possible. Because you could say be yourself and do what you want. But it may be like doing something that goes against what's good for other people in a harmful way. So when I say be yourself in a way which don't harm anyone.
Well, a good way to end would be the change you want to see. Be yourself.
Yeah.
And you can see the change in you, and then they start to ask questions and they start to transform as well into what
be an example.
Yeah. Wow. Hang on, I'm just going to. So end the interview with Paul. We thought it would be nice for him to do a nice, gentle meditation for everyone to bring us all into balance and grounded and help us become that person that we're meant to become.
Welcome to Moving On TV, the new TV channel for us.
guys, welcome to Moving On TV. I'm going to do a reading for you now for starseeds, indigos, crystals, light workers, just for the next couple of weeks, to keep you going, you know, because it's not easy, as we know, but we don't know what's coming, we don't know what's going. We're doing our best to stay strong. Whoops, there we go. Okay, we've got the Hermit upside down. We've got the Five of Swords. Spirit, give me about 8 cards. What can I pass on to my beautiful light workers and starseeds? Temperance. Hope you're all doing well. When you get this, the elections might be done or not. Depends how quickly I get this on. I'll try and get this on straight away. So, whoops. Everything's going to be cool. Okay. Right. Let's have a look at what we got here. Also, I want to question very quickly how the election's going to go today. Give me a card. Give me a card, Spirit. Woo! Not all of them. Right. Okay. Magician. Magician. One card, the back of the deck. Just an answer. President Trump going to walk it. Whoops. Seven Pentacles upside down. Have patience. It's not going to tell me. It's not going to tell me. But the Page of Cups, which is very positive creativity. Okay, it doesn't want to answer me. Okay, so I'm not going to ask about the elections tonight. What I am going to ask about, as I say, you may get this after anyway, is I'm going to ask about us, the starseeds, and about our role in the whole thing. Okay, so we have got the Queen of Cups, Page of Wands upside down, the Hermit upside down, Knight of Swords. Something's going to happen fast. There's a lot of fast energy coming. Okay, a lot of change, very quick change, which is going to lead to the Queen of Pentacles, which is a beautiful, positive, feminine, manifesting energy. Okay, a good, positive, feminine. You're going to come out of isolation. A lot of isolation is going to go. And even though some of us are very tired and our passions are waning, we have the beautiful Queen of Cups as well. How fabulous is this? It's very positive. Queen of Pentacles and Queen of Cups, which means that emotional balance will start to come back in, and also abundance. Deceptions are being brought out all the time with the moon. And of course, beautiful spirituality and angelic patience and everything that you are, all the beauty that you are, and you know who you are. You're all going to be called to show this temperance, this love, this beauty, this patience, temperance, okay? The signs I've got here, if anyone is watching, is Pisces. I've got Pisces, Sagittarius, Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces again, Earth, Taurus, Virgo, Taurus and Virgo and Capricorn, Leo, Sagittarius again, and Aries, Virgo again. And as I say, those are the main signs I'm seeing at the moment. Okay, why is the Hermit upside down? Spirit, why is the Hermit upside down? For our spiritual work, why is the Hermit upside down? Okay. Because the Swords is upside down and the Page of Swords is the right way up. Okay, the reason the Hermit is upside down, which means we will be coming out of a lot of the isolations. People will not be putting up with it because there's a lot of communication coming, a lot of positive communication, young, youthful, and all this could be to do with releasing the kids, Okay, bullshit, going out there and sorting that out. Because the King of Swords is upside down, there's going to be a sense of, why is the King of Swords upside down? King of Swords is upside down, and the Six of Cups is upside down, and the Ten of Cups is upside down. Okay, it's going to be a period where things will also not be in, the world is not going to go into balance overnight, as you know. You're not going to get that beautiful balance in Sarangisara. The Six of Cups is upside down. You are going to find that friends, relations, people are going to turn against you. You can't rely on that, okay? Because the King of Cups is upside, the King of Swords is upside down. So there's going to be a sense of aloofness, vanity, codependency that you don't want. However, there's going to be some very good communication, and it's very, very fast. In the next couple of weeks, a month, it's going to be a very fast energy coming towards us. The deceptions are all coming up. People are coming out of isolation, some of them. There will be a lot of breaking the lockdowns. A lot of people will be breaking any of the rules and the lockdowns. And you have got, as I say, beautiful angelic temperance, peace, and spirit that are in charge here, okay? You just need some more patience. And beautiful Queen of Cups, okay, which is bringing the balance back. We've got, we do know there's a lot of exhaustion, and you also, the Page of Wands is upside down. That shows me that this is to do with the end of sex trafficking, the end of all the misconduct that was happening against people around sex trafficking and things like that. Right. Why is the King of Swords upside, the Six of Cups upside down, Spirit? Well, that's because, as I say, you're going to be away from people. You're going to be breaking away from people you call friends, relations, and going your own way. You're going to go focused, the 144,000 of us, okay? You've got the Ten of Wands. Okay, the reason the King of Cups is upside down, because there are burdens. Lots of burdens, and you've got to be very, very careful to not drawn into those burdens, because the good stuff is coming, but you need to be very careful with what you hear and what you put out, the energy and the information that you're putting out. Make sure you check it, make sure it's over and over again, it's checked, because there's going to be so much information coming out. And your job is to ascertain also what is real and what isn't, okay? A lot of love, a lot of give and take. You're going to have a lot of give and take, a lot of generosity. That's coming as well. The Ace of Swords, which means that you're ready to go out there and cut through the bullshit. And as I said, you've got to be able to ascertain what is bullshit and what isn't. And the Four of Swords is upside down, which means you're coming out of your rest period, a lot of you, because you're going to have a lot of work to do. Why is the Four of Swords upside down, Spirit? Okay, Four of Swords is upside down because the Three of Wands is upside down. Because again, you're coming out of your rest period in order to discover that you may need to go in a different direction to the direction you thought you were going to be going into. And this applies to everyone, not just light workers and starseeds. Okay, so it's going to be a very interesting time. There's still the Hangman. You need to do a lot of meditation, a lot of Pisces in here, a lot of water signs in here, as I said, a lot of water signs, a lot of fire signs, mainly. And water signs, I'm picking up here a lot. And again, you will need to meditate. Keep meditating. Keep strong. Keep meditating. Because it's over, okay? And it's your job to finish it now. You know, I hope you're getting this. I hope you're getting this, because it's a bit cryptic. Whoops. Okay, the conflict is coming to an end, but there's also going to be new conflict. It's going to be new conflict inside of you, and it's going to be conflict with people, give and take. give and take. A lot of people are going to break the lockdown. A lot of people are coming out of isolation. They're not going to even think about it. That is coming to an end, okay? A lot of give and take. There will be conflicts with a lot of people, but you stand your ground. And okay, we're not going to get Nasara yet, but everything is going to be very fast. Okay, so you wouldn't need to slow down by doing meditation, by hanging loose as a goose, as they say. Okay, what else can I tell you in the next few weeks? A lot of self-love, taking care of yourself, and there's a lot of water, so drink water. The Wheel of Fortune is upside down. Things are coming, are going like this. Everything is going to come full circle. It's not there yet. We haven't got it, but your lives are going to change from top to bottom. Everybody's lives are going to change from top to bottom, and you need to be accepting of that, okay? You need to surrender and let it happen, and don't fight. Just stand tall, ready when you're called in order to go out there and do your job, okay? Your job may be different to the job you expected it to be. Okay, let's have a look at some Oceanic Tarot for you. And at the bottom of the deck is the beautiful Two of Cups, which is perfect emotional balance for all of you and for the masculine and feminine and our world, which is so important, isn't it? Okay. Let's have a look at the Oceanic Tarot. Oceanic Tarot, just let's have a look at another pack of cards here for you. Boop, boop, be doo. Yeah, some people say I look like Marilyn with this. Okay, so much. Ooh, she already dropped on the floor. This is a quick reading for star seeds and for all of you guys. We have the reunion, Three of Cups. It's really good. You're going to come together. You're going to have to come together in order to do your job. Okay, what else flipped? The Wheel of Fortune coming the way up, okay? Destiny. And so before that, we had the Wheel of Fortune upside down. Now we've got it the right way up. That's very positive. Thank you, Spirit. What else can I give before I leave you? Something positive here, more positive, to give you some more hope. Right? The Three of Pentacles is upside down. So we're going to come together. There's going to be beautiful reunions. There's still going to be conflict. There's still going to be conflict. It's still not going to be, you're not going to be working together, all of you. You know, so you need to use temperance and give and take. And also, the Page of Cups is upside down, which is interesting. So it won't be up to you to use your imagination or your creativity. You will be given clear instructions of where to go and what to do. Okay, that's what's coming. So it's not a case of using your creativity or your imagination. There are plans. It is a plan. Okay, and you will need to follow according to the plan. You will be placed where you need to be placed. If you haven't, find your dominion angel who will be in charge of you. You know who that is. If you don't, find them. I found mine. They will direct you. Oops. My dominion angel told me I have to drink 3 bottles of water a day and not work. Okay? Right. Achievement, the Eight of Pentacles. And when you find your dominion angel, please follow what they tell you to do. As I say, don't go off in the tandem with your own imagination and everything you think you need to do. Follow what they tell you. I'm doing everything they tell me. They're telling me not to work. I'm doing a bit of work. Drink 2 to 3 bottles of water a day. Very important. The Queen of the Ocean. And abundance is coming. Okay, guys, that's it. I'm going to leave you with that. Hope it helps. Love you lots and watch this over and over. And take care. And here's to Trump tonight. Love.
I walk through the valley of cold and dark. There is always a song right here in my heart as I try to express my love to you and glory in your smile. Though I walk through the valley of pain inside, there is always a sun that will shine so bright as I follow through the tunnel to your loving arms. Can you hear me sing? Can you hear me sing? As I long to feel your love in my soul, your love in my soul. Can you hear my prayer? Take away.
I can't say anything anymore. You're always going to criticize me, whatever I say, right? Even how I talk. You really upset me today. Go away, all of you. Useless. I hope you subscribe to Moving On TV, making me do all this. I've got to go get the 16-year-old back. She's got me wearing keep calm and dance. She wants me to jump up and down, waving me knickers in the air for freedom. I've got no choices anymore. I'm not locked in the smelly old shed anyway, but whatever. What was it saying? Yeah, the one with the brain, he's already got a brain. Do you know what I mean? He's the one with most of the brains. If you watch The Wizard of Oz, it's got lots of messages in it, all right? He's already got a brain. He just doesn't know, right? Not like the sheep. They've lost theirs. But you have a brain, so use it, right? Now, the one who doesn't think he has, will be nice now to Baba Bertha, who doesn't think he has a heart, right? He already has a heart, right? He already doesn't need to go to the wizard to get a heart. Do you understand? He is full of love. And if you watch the way he is, he's like, oh, Dorothy, I love you. I'm losing my voice. This is bad for the granddaughter. Why? Why is me losing my voice bad for the granddaughter? I really don't understand. Please write to Baba Life Matters. You need to explain. And then the one, the cowardly line is not coward at all. Put up your jokes. Correct. He's the one. Dorothy, not Dorothy. Dorothy, I'm Irish. God's sake. What do you think the flowers are tucked in the rain? And me head a big scratch on me sort of busy hatching if I only had the brain. I'd unravel every riddle for any individual. It's trouble in the pain. With the dust, I'll be thinking I could be another Lincoln if I only had the brain. giant, a fate I don't deserve. But I could show me prowess, be a lion, not a mouse. But only had an eye. Why can't the granddaughter write lyrics like that? I, in the sky, I came down to the floor. I never run away, I run before. And then I looked, and was a naughty one. The nameless hours, whose king around us, a king they let her serve. When God the reason I could be another Caesar if I only had the time. You see what I mean? The Wizard of Oz. And I can't seem to save me life. So if I was dying, or if someone was coming after me with a guillotine, or trying to shoot me, I'm in trouble. Because they've put me out of my misery. And Baba Bertha, I forgot the microphone now. You're going to tell me I'm too loud. Right. I tell you. What did I want to tell you? I've completely forgotten. I hope you enjoyed Moving on TV. And that was a lesson for today. I'm going to bring back the 16-year-old Laura now to have some fun, the redhead. She will explain to you in nice, gentle words what the moral of the song is. If you don't know already, then write to BLM, Baba Life Matters, and ask, for God's sake, and stop criticizing me language or me accent. This is disgusting. You keep criticizing me Irish accent. It's like I'm not allowed to be Irish. Let's do an Irish song for Baba Bertha before we go. Yes, I've got a good one, if you're Irish. If anyone is Irish on here, let's do a nice Irish song for you. Right, here we go. Me, Baba Bertha. If you're Irish, come into the heart. There's a welcome there for you. And if your name is Timothy or Pat, so long as you come from Ireland, there's a welcome on the mat. If you come from the mountains of Mourne, up your Arnie's lakes so blue, we'll sing you a song and make a fuss wherever you are. You're one of us. If you're Irish, this is the place for you. I can't sing a Baba Bertha. Why? You have to be called Timothy or Pat. Why can't you be called Martin or Rohan or Lauren? For God's sake, or Sid or Ruth or Irish. If you're Irish, come into the parlor. There's a welcome there for you, or Gina, and their name is Timothy or Pat. So long as you come from Ireland, there's a welcome on the mat. If you come from the mountains of Mourne, or the Arnie's lake so blue, we'll sing you a song and make a fuss wherever you are. You're one of us. If you're Irish, this is the place for you. That's the granddaughter's voice to the tree there. Now, I'm just going to leave you with the tart. The tart! Now stop it. Stop it. Stop criticising me accent.
The funeral industry has been ripping off the public.
Yes, it was. Always ripping off the public. Because I'm an 111. What funeral? Why are you dying at 60, 70, 80, 90, 100? For God's sake, you can live to be 300. Ask that Paul McDonald's one. You go on his what's his call it bed? The one where you electrocute the granddaughter. And then you can live to 300. Ring him up. Positivity Centre thing. He'll put you on that bed where he electrocutes you with the light and the sound, and she comes home and she's really happy. And you live to 300. I tell ya. I tell ya. Now, what was it saying? Oh yeah, I can't remember. Oh yeah, I was going to tell you. The grand, what was he? Sid. Who was Sid Martin after all? He was my grandson-in-law. You're my grandson-in-law. So he was, what was he? I'm confused. My great-grandson-in-law. My son-in-law. That's it. Sid was my son-in-law. And him and Ruth, my daughter, no, who was she? Oh, I'm getting confused. My daughter, that's it. Ruth was my daughter, my poor daughter in heaven. She's younger, she's older than me now. What can I say? No, that doesn't. No, I'm 111. She'd be about how much? About 90 something. I don't know. Anyway, they had this towel on the wall. You can ask me sister, not me sister, the great-granddaughter's sister. Oh, I'm so confused. I'm Baba Burton. I'm telling you, I don't know if I'm coming or going. And you're always having a go at me when I say I think, because I can't say think, because I'm Irish. And I just sang you a song to prove it. If you don't believe me, how can I prove that I'm Irish? I like green, right? Does that prove that I'm Irish? What else can I do, Martin Otterville or Rabbi Boss, or whoever else is on here, Vlad? Where have you all gone? God, I don't know what to do to prove that I'm Irish. I suppose I could get the granddaughter to sing Danny Boy to you when she comes back. Or I could put it on. It's a beautiful, beautiful version she'd done. I'll put it on when I go to find her. It's going to take me years to find the granddaughter because she's in the Bahamas, sunning herself, getting her vitamin D3 and K2, if you know what I mean. Not only is she in the Bahamas, but I've got to bring back the 16-year-old redhead that's showing off her legs and jumping up and down. Not leaping up and down with your knickers in the air, because that's my job to do. But she looks like me, but I can't figure it out. I think I'm a clone. I think there's all these clones walking around. You got Baba Bertha clone, you got the 16-year-old clone, you got the Lauren that's in the Bahamas. Yesterday, Lauren was on. She didn't tell you she's gone to the Bahamas. She was wearing this lovely, beautiful blonde, she is, off to the Bahamas with, she's got 10 toy boys. Did you know that, Martin Otterwell? Your wife, she's off in the Bahamas with 10 toy boys, yeah? Yeah. All younger than her. Wonderful. She had such a wonderful life, I tell you. Do you know why? She learned it from me. Because I had 1,506. And 6, that is very important, the number 6. 5,506 toy boys. And one of them is Imad, the Arab Jew one. Oh my God. He wasn't mine, he was the great-granddaughter. Father Ted, me twin. Oh my God. I tell you what, I've got to tell you, the trolls and the bullies on here. Eddie's a bully, the great-granddaughter. I wish you a twin flame experience. Oh my God, I wish it on you with every breath in me body. Because that is the best karma I can offer any of you. Anyway, as I was saying, I'm going to go now. I'm going to put on Danny Boy with the beautiful singing voice of the great-granddaughter, because after me being on there, I don't expect you to be able to sing anything. Now, why is that? You see, I don't understand. You got to contact BLM, Bubba Life Matters, and tell me, why is it such a problem that when the granddaughter, she moved to, because I'm too loud and I'm too aggressive, and that part of me is all the way, maybe even anyone who's gone. What was it saying? So, I've got to go and get the 16-year-old back, the redhead, in order to carry on the show. And then we've lovely Luke coming on. Woo! Right, let's bring him on. Baba Burr. Where is he? Right, I need to send him a link. Oh no, he's coming on 4:30. Okay, I will send you a link. It's Baba Burr here. We'll send you a link. I think I'll stay on for a little bit longer because Luke's coming on. We'll send you a link. It's Baba Bertha today. Baba Bertha is running the show. Sorry. Comedy. Right, let's sing. Oh, let's send the link. Da, not the, da. Get used to it, for God's sake. Go and study an Irish accent and come back then. And then I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you. Because it's confusing. And if you can do it, good luck. Especially Vlad over there. With his Bulgarian, he's got this Bulgarian lilt. Go on. My teeth keep falling out. I'm trying to talk. God. Right. I'm going to send Link the Luke. I'm going to send Link the Luke. I'm going to send Luke the Link. For God's sake. Luke the Link. Luke the Link, Baba Bertha. Can you get it right, for God's sake? Get these very strange people coming on. The bully didn't know what hit him. The troll, he's gone. He went ages ago. He couldn't come with Baba Bertha. Who is dead? I'm sorry about that. Of course.
Dancing with you in the evening, holding you in the morning. Haven't felt that way in such a long time. You look so pretty in the sun. Sunshine, I know that you're gone and you're not coming back. What am I gonna do? I wanna talk, but you wanna play. Miles away, a million miles. I know it's a small world, but where am I gonna find another like you? I know it was just one night, but I'm never gonna find another like you. Drinking with you in the moonlight, lying with you by the poolside. I wish we could have stayed forever in that Italian paradise. I know that you're gone and you're not coming back. What am I gonna do? I wanna talk, but you're on a million miles away. Find another like you. I know it was just one night, but I'm never gonna find another like you. I know it's a small world, but where am I gonna find another like you? I know it was just one night, but I'm never gonna find another. I know it's a small world. another like you.
Looking back
I will shed a
The thoughts I have of you, you're always on my mind. Circling round my brain, it happens all the time. I close my eyes and a vision will appear. Wish that you were next to me, but you're no longer here. Wish we were together, not all alone. Wish we were together, not all alone. The anger you display, I really cannot take. Want to break the barrier.
Oh, our love will slowly die, and I will shed a
The thoughts I have of you, you're always on my mind. Circling round my brain, it happens all the time. I close my eyes and a vision will appear. Wish that you were next to me, but you're no longer here. Wish we were together, not all alone. Wish we were together, not all alone. The anger you display, I really cannot take. Want to break the barriers that you and I would make. There'll always be a part of you down deep inside. In the corners of my heart, you're always on my mind. Wish we were together, not all alone. Wish we were together, not all alone. I try to follow all the cycles of the night. Up and down the feelings go, I know it isn't right. Reaching out to touch your love, but emptiness is here. Wish that you were here again. You'll always be there. You'll always be the cycles of the night. Up and down the feelings go, I know it is right. Reaching out to touch your love, but emptiness is here. Wish that you were here again. You'll always be there. I feel the cold dark night go trembling through my skin. Bar the doors and windows tight, so I won't let it in. All alone. The trees have finally shed their leaves and winter is here. So our love will slowly die, and I will shed a tear. Wish we were together, not all alone.
There, this is Baba Berta, and it's in the dark because it's a secret. Right, you need to get your knickers and get your white fronts or your Q fronts. That's why it's got to be very quiet. Right, next week we're all going to be leaping up and down with our knickers in the air. All right, so you don't forget. Next week from Saturday at probably 4 p.m. we're going to be leaping up and down, on and off with watch out, Bubba's about on I've Got Life. All right? Ooh, you got to keep it secret. Shh, shh. You mustn't tell anyone, but tell everyone. Right? Goodbye.
If I believe in all mean it come and burn me alight, touch me a song, lead me far away from all that has gone wrong.
Peace, shalom, salam, shanti, and
Moving on TV. And today I've got the incredible Rebecca Briggs here from Balance. I love interviewing Rebecca because she's really knows how to negotiate this virus really well and other things. And she's very clued up. And just to say very quickly, Rebecca, I think you actually woke me up in a big way. Remember when we used to meet at Northern Farm? And we would sit there, we're talking about a few years ago now. I think it was after I came out of the wheelchair, and you were filling me in, particularly about the vaccinations. And what's really interesting now is you and Kate Cimriani and Philip, all of the truthers that are going out against vaccinations are saying the same. How do you feel about all that and what's happening at the moment anyway?
I mean, it's you know, it's kind of a bittersweet thing because it's something that I've been talking about for years. You know, this whole subject and you know what's happening globally and you know how our freedoms are being taken away and you know things that are happening now. I've been talking about them for many years. Researched them, I'd say, probably from about 1998. So it's like you know justification of what you know I've been saying all along is truth, you know, because you get called conspiracy theorists, you know, all types of names, and it's great to be you know justified in everything that I've been saying and doing for this time. So, yeah.
Right. Okay. So, I like, as you know, I like to put a positive. This is the positive news, Rebecca. So,
Yes.
putting a positive spin on everything that's going out there. And I must admit that you give me so much hope, because I know I don't have to worry about going to the doctor. I don't have to worry about taking care of my health, because your research, everything that you've done, all your research is actually there to help a lot of people. And I feel very, very confident in the work that you do. It's kind of a progression of what I did. Funny enough, my biggest mentor passed away in June. He ended up in a care home, Keith Bascom, and he was amazing. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be walking around, as we all know. My body wouldn't have been able to have coped. So it's interesting how people come into your life at the right time. And you came into my life after I came out of the wheelchair, but in particular now, when we're going through everything that we're going through, your message is so positive. Your message is going out loud and clear to people that there is a way to stay well. So would you like to maybe fill us in on how can we actually stay well with everything that's going on around us?
I mean, well, the most important thing I think is you know, your immune system, keeping that, you know, working at, you know, as optimum capacity as it can. Not only immune system, but making sure that your blood is healthy as well. That's very important, because as many will know, it's the blood issues that come with the current situation, why a lot of people are suffering in terms of the oxygen levels within the blood, and also, you know, the blood actually coagulating and causing these issues. So, you know, keeping your blood healthy, keeping it alkaline, and also keeping your immune system healthy is one of the main things that needs to be dealt with. And then there's a couple of minerals that you need to make sure are in check too, because you know, they are the things, especially with the elderly and people over sort of menopausal age, and men over 40, 50, they're the ones that are more at risk. And obviously we've seen as well that ethnic minorities can be more at risk due to the deficiencies that they have as well.
Okay. So staying on the positive vein and you know, sending out a positive message, what's the easiest thing that people can do now to stay well, so that they don't get the viruses, they don't get sick, you know, because there's so many different things that people can get. Kate Shimriani was talking about muscular dystrophy. She's proven that that's malnutrition. How can you explain to us, how can people be malnutritioned in this day and age when food is flowing everywhere? I mean, how does that make any sense, Rebecca?
Well, this is it. Are we really eating real food? Are we eating real food? That's the thing. I mean, a lot of the what we're putting into our bodies, you know, can't be food. Food is meant to nourish, and you know, many people are eating fast foods, eating foods full of chemicals, preservatives, and additives. And not only that, the soil in which our foods are not only grown in, but if you eat meat, the animals that are also what they're eating is deficient. So, you know, if the soil is deficient and what the animals are eating are deficient, then what we're getting, you know, are deficient vegetables, fruits, meat, and, you know, it's inevitable that it will just slowly decline, especially when we're adding in, you know, all the other toxic fast foods and preservatives and chemicals. You know, we've got a bombardment of environmental toxins, you know, things that disrupt our hormones, things that inhibit nutrient absorption. So it all accumulates together, and that, you know, makes for, you know, not a very healthy human.
Okay, so that explains how how we are ridiculously malnutritioned in this day and age when food is everywhere. People are basically, they're eating the wrong types of food.
And not only that, as you know, I do hair mineral analysis, and you know, I cover a big range of people, big range of races and ages. And one thing I'm seeing is deficiency in children. I mean, I've done hair tests for 1-year-olds. That's probably the youngest that I've done, and you know, they are deficient, and this is probably passing over from the mother through the placenta into the baby. So children now are having a bad start, whereas, you know, if we were born maybe in the 70s, 60s, 50s, 40s, we had a better range of nutrition back then, and there wasn't so many chemicals and things laced in our foods. But now it's the case. So, you know, deficiencies is starting with babies, and so we're actually, as adults, if you were breastfed, you've probably stood a better chance at having those right minerals. But people that aren't breastfed, you know, then have less minerals than somebody that is. So, you know, it's all a matter of what you started off with in the first place, really.
Yes, I totally agree with you there. Totally agree with you, because I was breastfed full term and my sister wasn't, and she was always getting infections like ear infections, and she, you know, a lot more problems than I had. So I totally agree with that. You know, the breast is best, as they say.
Yeah. I mean, I've had three babies now, and you know, I'm still feeding the one that my baby at the moment, but the other two, you know, I breastfed one for 1.5 years and one till 1, and none of them had any colds, flus, anything at all until I stopped breastfeeding. So, you know, it just goes to show, if a child isn't breastfed, then obviously, you know, the nutritional levels have to be so much more in order to compensate for the loss. And you know, it's the immune system, really. You know, with breastfeeding, there's so much enzymes in that milk, and that helps the gut bacteria to form and help the immune system to be, you know, as strong as it can be. I mean, 80% of our immune system lies in our gut. So if a child doesn't get enzymes through the mother's milk, they're not there in formula milk. So a child just loses all that good, you know, isn't able to form that good gut bacteria, and so it can be a downward slope with allergies and then vaccines on top, and then by that time there is no gut bacteria, good gut bacteria.
Okay.
So
That's really interesting. So in a way, this is kind of maybe a program for new mums or mums that are pregnant, mums to be. So we're looking at the life here. A tiny baby, if they're breastfed already, you're giving them a better chance. But what if the mother is actually malnutritioned and is not healthy herself? Can breast milk affect the child?
well, I mean, it will only be positive for the child, but the child may not be getting what it needs. So, for example, if the mother is deficient, or the mother hasn't got great gut microbiome going on, you know, within her digestive system, then she can't pass that on to the child. So, in effect, she'll pass on her immune system onto her child, and the child won't have as good as immune system as it should be. So, I mean, you know, I test a lot of mothers that also have hair mineral tests, and one of the things I try to do while they're pregnant is just up their levels, so that they are giving, you know, their unborn child the best chance, and it definitely makes a big impact on you know, how healthy the baby is. I mean, lots of things have been noted. For example, many mothers take humic and fulvic acid while they're pregnant. I took it through 2 of my pregnancies, and it's funny because whenever I had a scan, or the mothers that have been given the hemophalvic have had a scan, the radiographers, they've always mentioned that the babies have great bone density. And one of the things that hemophalvic does is it strengthens your bones. So, you know, there's definitely a lot of things that a mother can improve on and take to, one, cut down the chances of getting preeclampsia, and the other to cut down the chances of getting gestational diabetes. There are things that a mother can take to stop those things from happening. So there's definitely things in the natural world that we can take instead of pharmaceuticals to ensure that you have a great pregnancy and cut down the risk of miscarriage and things like that. So.
Sure. So it's really, really important. I mean, talking about the mineral tests that you're doing here, a lot of people don't know a lot about mineral tests. Most people go to the doctor and they have blood tests, allergy tests. Why do you feel that these mineral tests are so effective? And are they more effective than blood tests, or do they need to work in conjunction with urine and blood tests, the conventional tests that doctors do? Do you think it would be good if they also incorporated the mineral hair test?
I mean, I would definitely advise the more diagnostic testing and things like that that you have, is the more bigger portfolio you can have of your overall health. So, you know, you can do blood tests. I think blood tests are good to have with a hair mineral test, but mineral tests, they actually show your tissue minerals. So what's coming out through your hair, what's in your tissues rather than what's in the blood. But the doctors, they will test what's in your blood. So having both comparisons are really good to get an overall picture of your health status. But another thing I would say also is, with a hair mineral test, what doctors don't do is, for example, if you feel that you may have some sort of heavy metal toxicity, a blood test will only show toxicity that's gone into your body within the first, say, 24 to 72 hours. After that, your body actually starts distributing the metals into your tissues. So that's why when you would get a blood test to test for heavy metals, the doctor will normally say, you know, there's nothing there, and that will be because all the heavy metals have gone into your fat, and your body. They've you know, the way how the body helps to protect itself is by putting them into all the areas where they won't cause so much problem. So it comes out of the blood and into your tissues. So that's why it's not picked up in doctors, you know, conventional blood testing, which is a shame. It's a great shame that they don't do that, because if they did, then they may pick up a lot of underlying causes for issues. But then, do they want to know the underlying causes? That's the thing.
That's the big question. But it is really interesting, because I remember discussing this with this friend, this wonderful friend of mine, mentor Keith Bascom. He used to do a lot of kinesiology testing, muscle testing, and things like that, you know, to find out what was going on with me and other people. And he always used to say that blood tests are very inaccurate because the body changes so quickly, as you say. However, the minerals, when you get these from the actual tissues in the moment. That's why you take them as close as possible to the scalp.
Yeah, so it'll be like the first 3 years. Yeah, it'll give about a 3 months line of your, you know, your mineral status. So yeah, it's a very good indication to check your levels, and you know, not what only is in your body, but how quickly it's coming out of your body. So if the mineral level is very high, it can also indicate that your body is not able to absorb that mineral properly, and then we have to ask questions why. So this is the way how you know, you're almost like a detective when you're you know, doing these hair analyses. You know, like for you, for example, we did a hair analysis and also you had a gut test, and those two together it can just create a great picture of what's going on, and that way we can actually target, you know, what the issue is and deal with it rather than guesswork, you know.
Yeah, it's basically putting everything together. In a way, complementary medicine was supposed to complement medicine, but now it's gone way beyond in the understanding. Alternative medicine has become the main medicine and left allopathic medicine behind. That's what it feels like anyway.
Yeah, well, that's what it feels like to be awakened, but unfortunately many people are just taking tablet after tablet after tablet, and just hiding the symptoms of whatever issue they have, and not actually addressing why they have that issue, and you know, and dealing with it.
Okay, so it's fascinating, and there's so much I could talk to you about. So again, you've got this. I love to ask the questions that people that are just walking around confused don't know what to do at all. They don't have a clue what's going on. Some of them are trying to figure stuff out about what they need to eat or what they need to take, and there's so much. They're being bombarded all over the place. What is the main thing you would say that people now, you'd say the majority of the human race, what is the main thing you'd say that they have too little of and too much of?
That's a good question. Too little of. This is something that's very, very simple, but you'd be surprised how much people don't have enough of. And that's simple, good, clean water. A lot of people are dehydrated and don't drink enough water. You know, it's fair enough having fizzy drinks and juices, but you're bombarding yourself with too much sugar and not enough water. You know, we're 70% water, at least.
Yeah, I remember, sorry, Rebecca, I remember reading a book called The Body's Many Cries for Water by Batmanjali. Because the body basically recycles everything. If it doesn't have the water, it'll pull it out of your organs and your cells, your tissues, and leave you even more dehydrated. The body does its best, doesn't it?
Not only that, dehydration is one of the main causes for the current issues that we have going on now. You know, obviously, you know, one of the things that's been talked about is that babies and children are less susceptible to COVID, and that one of the main reasons for that is that they're plumper. They've got more water in their tissues. And you look at the elderly.
Okay.
Look at the elderly. They are dehydrated. They have less water. They've naturally got wrinkles. They've got less water within their body, and therefore, you know, this issue actually pulls the water out of the body, pulls oxygen out of the body, pulls water out of the body. So, you know, in effect, that's how the blood will end up coagulating, and then we'll have all these respiratory issues. So water is making yourself healthy.
Okay, that's really interesting what you just said. That actually babies are less prone because they've got more fluids in them. That is something nobody knows. I didn't know that. With all the research, I didn't know that. So one of the ways to actually stay well and to avoid getting this virus or this flu bug, hang on a second. Yeah, I mean, as I say, I'm trying to give a positive spin here because there's too much depressing stuff. And of course, we're not the mainstream. We're not. We're the mainstream of truth and love and compassion and hope. And there's too many people out there that are absolutely terrified. And I want to give them messages of how to stay well. And as we said, you know, we know there is a virus, or it's a flu bug, and it's not what the media are saying. But you're saying that your chances go down from actually getting it, which is a really positive message, if you drink a lot of water. So how much water should people be drinking, would you say?
Well, an average adult should be drinking of water a day. That should be, if you're not used to drinking water at all, I'd say, 1.5 litres, which I guess that bottle is. Yeah, that's a great start. If you're only drinking 500 ml, 250 ml a day, getting to 1.5 litres is great. So that's a good start. But, ultimately 2 litres, a male that's, 20, the bigger you are, the more water you need, put it that way. The more toxins you'll have in your body, and therefore you need to use that water to help flush it out. So if you're overweight or obese, then you do need more water. And, you take it in gradual stages. I'm not telling anyone to go and drink 2 litres of water straight away if they're not used to that. But try and make steps to have more, bigger amounts every week, every month. The fact that you're making those steps and improving is what's important. So, that's the main thing. But, there's many positive things that you to just enhance, your health. As I said, you've got exercise. Exercise is so important.
Oxygen, of course.
Yeah, oxygen, breathing oxygen. In, breathing in through your mouth, through your nose. Really breaths, going to places where there's plenty of fresh air, oxygen.
Just ask you that. Let's stop there a second, because without insulting the intelligence of people that are out there, why do they not understand that, how important oxygen is? So yeah, so basically, before that happened, welcome to Moving On TV, the new TV channel for us,